Chapter 14:21. The aura emitted by this group of black-robed men was abnormally strong and terrifying. Each and every one of them was a peerless expert. Hearing the leader's question, one of the black-clothed men immediately replied, "That's right. I've been hiding here for 300 years. Where's the princess?" The leader of the men in black asked. "I've seen it from a distance. It seems like it has already broken through the stone, but it must have only been there for a few years. It's still very young." The black-clothed man continued. "Capture him alive." The leader of the men in black said, "Yes, my lord." Whoosh, whoosh. Following that, the black-clothed men flew out one after another. Around them, fog filled the air. It was obvious that these people knew how to set up a great formation. Moreover, they had successfully set up a great formation in an extremely short period of time. They quietly opened the door of the shop and sneaked into the shop. These shops facing the street had courtyards behind them, as well as rooms for accommodation. In the darkness, these men in black entered one room after another. Puff, puff. Several shop assistants were beheaded. Then all the black-clothed men came to a room in the middle. A black-clothed man released his magic power. His magic power surged into the room and wrapped around the door bolt. Then he pulled the door bolt to the right. The bolt, which had been inserted from the inside, was thus opened. Then these men in black carefully pushed open the door, and all of them rushed into the room. In the darkness, a cold light suddenly exploded. Puff, 5 consecutive ripping sounds were heard. The 5 black-clothed men's main arteries were torn apart by the cold light on the spot. Blood gushed out, and the 5 black-clothed men fell to the ground, dead. "We've been discovered. Kill him with all your might, but don't harm the Empress." A long howl was heard. More than 10 black-robed men started fighting with the cultivators inside. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out, and the sound of flesh tearing could be heard. It did not take long for a blood-stained cultivator to charge out. This cultivator was none other than Zhou Shijun. Little Yao Yao was tied up in Zhou Shijun's arms with a long cloth. Just as Zhou Shijun rushed out, he was immediately surrounded by the men in black waiting outside. As expected, the princess has come out. The leader of the black-clothed men stood in the air with a cold expression. "You people are still haunting me like ghosts. Have you forgotten the kindness of the great emperor back then? He's the emperor's only son." Zhou Shijun gritted his teeth and said, "Of course we remember the great emperor's kindness in the past, but as the saying goes, we can't express our gratitude with words. We'll forget about it. Zhou Shijun, if you hadn't stolen the stone the great emperor used to seal the crown princess, we wouldn't have spent 300 years looking for it. You deserve to die 1,000 times. If you kill yourself now, you'll die a quick death," said the great emperor. The black-clothed leader said with an indifferent expression, "Even if I have to risk my life, I will protect little Yao Yao's safety." Zhou Shijun shouted. He held his saber and began to break out of the encirclement. It was hard to imagine that a cultured person like Zhou Shijun would actually use a blood dragon broadsword as his weapon. With a single slash, a bloody light soared into the sky. "Zhou Shijun, there's no need to struggle. When the Empress was sealed by the great emperor, there were rumors that she had a supreme body. She was born to be a supreme being. We're still waiting for her blood to water the God-transforming tree. We're still waiting for it to bloom and bear fruit." The leader of the black-clothed men said sinisterly, "The God-transforming tree was a legendary ancient tree. It was said that it was a type of pre-celestial ancient tree that had been nurtured before the creation of the world. The God-transforming tree could produce God-transforming fruits. This God-transforming fruit was incomparably precious. If a quasi-god realm cultivator were to consume the god-transforming fruit, he would immediately be able to break through to the god realm. If a god realm cultivator were to consume the god-transforming fruit, his cultivation would greatly increase. However, it was not easy to make the god-transforming fruit bear fruit. It was said that it required at least a bloodline close to the emperor's blood to be able to bear the god-transforming fruit. The great emperor possessed the emperor's blood, but it was obvious that the emperor's blood could not be found. Then there was only one possibility. That was to find the great emperor's son. Little Yao Yao was the daughter of the lunar emperor. In the primordial era, a mysterious and ancient foreign world opened a passage from the foreign world to the great exiled world. The cultivators of the foreign world invaded the great exiled world. Countless creatures died, tragically, and the great exiled world turned into a purgatory. At that time, the lunar emperor took his daughter, little Yao Yao, to travel outside the realm. When the lunar emperor saw the tragedy of the great exiled world, he could not bear to see billions of people die tragically in the hands of the foreign world. Thus, he took action and led the cultivator army of the great exiled world to fight against the foreign world cultivators. Because it was difficult to take care of his daughter, little Yao Yao, the lunar emperor was worried that if he gave little Yao Yao to someone else to raise, the cultivators of the foreign world would find out. If the cultivators of the foreign world knew that he had captured little Yao Yao, he would definitely be restricted everywhere. Thus, the lunar emperor used stone materials to seal the 2-year-old little Yao Yao. That battle was too tragic. After more than 1,000 years of fighting, the cultivators of the great exiled world won a tragic victory under the leadership of the lunar emperor. The lunar emperor was severely injured in that battle. He handed little Yao Yao over to one of his subordinates who had followed him everywhere. After many years of fighting with the foreign world cultivators, this cultivator had already formed a very deep friendship with the lunar emperor. Therefore, this person was not only the subordinate of the lunar emperor, but also a good friend of the lunar emperor. The lunar emperor was very assured that this person would take care of little Yao Yao. And this person was Zhou Shijun's ancestor. Soon, the lunar emperor died. The Zhou family had been taking care of little Yao Yao, who was sealed in the stone materials. Because little Yao Yao was young, she fell into a deep sleep after being sealed. If one forcefully woke up the sleeping creatures in the stone materials, the souls of these creatures would often be injured. Therefore, the Zhou family did not dare to wake up little Yao Yao, who was sleeping in the stone materials. Hundreds of millions of years had passed since she fell asleep. In the past, the Zhou family went from prosperity to decline. Meanwhile, some other forces had their eyes on little Yao Yao. Although they could not obtain the emperor's blood to water the god transformation tree, little Yao Yao, who was sealed in the stone materials and fell into a deep sleep, was the daughter of the lunar emperor. In addition, little Yao Yao had a supreme Tao body, so her bloodline was only slightly inferior to her father, the lunar emperor. Therefore, these people wanted to capture little Yao Yao and raise her in captivity. Every once in a while, they would take some of little Yao Yao's blood to water the god transformation tree. Therefore, these forces besieged the Zhou family. The Zhou family was destroyed, but at that time, the young master of the Zhou family, Zhou Shijun, stole the stone materials used to seal little Yao Yao and escaped through a secret passage. Then, he lived in hiding until 3 years ago, when little Yao Yao woke up from her deep sleep. And now, these people had searched for 300 years and finally found Zhou Shijun and little Yao Yao. Zhou Shijun fought with his life on the line and killed more than 10 strong cultivators. But there were also many wounds on his body. Blood dripped, and some blood even splashed on little Yao Yao's face. "Little girl, Don't be afraid. Uncle will take you out. Zhou Shijun tried to smile. Little Yao Yao is not afraid of these bad people. Little Yao Yao bit her lip, but tears fell from her big eyes. She stretched out her little hand, wanting to cover Zhou Shijun's wounds, but more and more blood flowed out of his wounds. Zhou Shijun fought bravely and rushed out of the courtyard with little Yao Yao flying into the distance, but he was stopped by the Matrix. A bunch of trash. So many people died, but you still can't kill one person. The leader of the black-robed men looked gloomy. He held a huge sword and descended from the sky, attacking Zhou Shijun. Zhou Shijun slashed with his sword. Clang! Zhou Shijun's sword was cut in half. Slash! Next, Zhou Shijun's entire arm was cut off. Chapter 14:22. Ha ha ha! Your arm has been cut off. Let's see how you're going to escape now. The black-robed leader laughed loudly, his face filled with a sinister smile. Uncle, are you in a lot of pain? Little Yao Yao wept in grief. Her pearl-like tears rolled down her cheeks. Zhou Shijun tried his best to smile and said, Uncle won't hurt. Uncle will take the girl and leave this place. Zhou Shijun grabbed the severed arm. In an instant, the severed arm burst into flames. After the severed arm burned, it actually formed a twisted rune. Zhou Shijun was definitely going to use some powerful technique to escape. The black-robed leader naturally guessed Zhou Shijun's plan. He looked indifferent as he waved his huge sword, wanting to kill Zhou Shijun. However, Zhou Shijun's severed arm had already turned into runes. A portion of the distorted runes flew towards the black-robed leader's huge sword, while the other portion wrapped around Zhou Shijun and little Yao Yao. Clang! The black-robed leader's huge sword slashed at the runes, but the powerful attack was blocked by the runes. The runes that wrapped around Zhou Shijun and little Yao Yao tore apart the formation and wrapped around them. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. Chase them. Don't let them escape. The black-robed leader roared and quickly chased after them. The group of black-robed men behind him also chased after them. The great sun plain stretched as far as the eye could see. This place was extremely dangerous. Not only did the moonhowl wolves roam about, but there were also scorching sun tornadoes. Within the scorching sun tornadoes were sunspots. These sunspots were a type of destructive force produced by the sun. It was said that even a god's body could be destroyed if hit by a sunspot. From this, one could see how terrifying these sunspots were. However, the dangerous great sun plains didn't stop cultivators from entering. More and more cultivators entered the great sun plains in search of the magic lotus. Fierce beasts and cultivators could often be seen fighting in the great sun plains. Lin Feng also entered the great sun plains. Although it was a plain, the terrain was extremely complicated. This was because it wasn't a complete plain. There were ancient forests, mountain ranges, abysses, oases, and so on. Many cultivators entered the great sun plains in groups. Lin Feng also entered the great sun plains with a large group of cultivators. There was no lack of experts among them, and even a few experts from the Azure Phoenix clan. The strongest expert from the Azure Phoenix clan was an old man, a quasi-god. However, the one who attracted the most attention was a young woman. The woman was wearing a long dress, revealing her perfect figure to the fullest. The woman's name was Wei Qingying. She was the granddaughter of the leader of the Blue Phoenix clan. Her identity was extraordinary. Her Azure Phoenix clan's young leaderess and an outstanding girl like Wei Qingying naturally had no lack of suitors. More than a dozen young geniuses surrounded Wei Qingying, and among those suitors, Dongfang Baichuan and Wang Yuanji had the greatest reputation. Both Dongfang Baichuan and Wang Yuanji's clans were one of the top 10 clans of the Great Sun Domain, so their backgrounds were deep and powerful. Dongfang Baichuan and Wang Yuanji were Dongfang clans and Wang clan's direct descendants, respectively. The Dongfang clan also had a quasi-god expert called Dongfang Ping. On the Wang family's side, there was also a quasi-god expert called Wang Su. This 1,000-man team had 3 quasi-god experts. It could be said that they were very powerful. Along the way, they encountered some fierce beasts, but they were all killed by the team. This made many people suspicious of the Great Sun Plains danger. It was widely rumored that the Great Sun Plains was filled with danger. However, they had already entered the Great Sun Plains for 5 days, but they didn't encounter much danger. Instead, they killed many fierce beasts along the way. Many people found some precious spirit herbs in the places guarded by fierce beasts. Or, some people divided the fierce beasts' origin. Those people devoured the fierce beasts' origin to increase their cultivation. That night, everyone saw a mountain range that stretched for more than 10 miles on the horizon. Everyone stopped at the mountain range to rest. Looks like the magic lotus has already entered the depths of the Great Sun Plains. I wonder how the situation there is now. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. The magic lotus was very important. Lin Feng had to suppress the magic lotus and refine Mosei Tianzuan's soul memories. However, Lin Feng guessed that it wouldn't be easy for ordinary cultivators to capture the magic lotus. In the latter half of the night, Lin Feng closed his eyes to rest. Roar! Suddenly, the sound of waves woke Lin Feng up. It wasn't just Lin Feng. Many cultivators were alarmed and stood up one after another. There are wolves, but it's not a big deal. We saw more than 200 saber-toothed tigers before, but we still killed them. Saber-toothed tigers are much stronger than the wolves of the Great Sun Plains. That's right. We'll kill as many wolves as they come. The wolf pelts can be sold for a good price. Many people were discussing spiritedly, and some were even quite excited. However, these cultivators didn't see how many wolves had come this time. 100 miles away, a 20-meter-long, 17 to 18-meter-tall giant wolf was howling at the sky. That giant wolf was the Great Sun Plains Wolf King. Its entire body was covered in silver-white fur, and it was howling at the moon. The Wolf King was the Great Sun Plains beast god. It was a leviathan of the Great Sun Plains. It was a moon-howl wolf. Following the moon-howl wolf's howl, countless giant wolves rushed over from all directions. Within a radius of 40 to 50 miles, there were actually giant wolves everywhere. Even the most ordinary giant wolves were 4 meters long and 3 meters tall. All of them were ferocious. This was the Moonhowl Wolf clan. The Moonhowl Wolf clan was one of the strongest clans among the wolf clans. They were also the royal clan of the wolf clans. This clan was born with the ability to devour the essence of the world to cultivate, so they were abnormally strong. Now, as more and more cultivators entered the Great Sun Plains, the Moonhowl Wolf King's territory, the Moonhowl Wolf King also became irritable. The wolf pack continued to gather. The wild beasts of the grasslands that were scattered across the mountains, deep valleys, lakes, and other places were all hiding in their lairs as they trembled in fear. Every time the Moonhowl Heavenly Wolf tribe gathered, all living things would become food for the wolves wherever they went. Now, the Moonhowl Wolf King had gathered the wolf pack. An endless number of moonhowl wolves that stretched for 100 miles began to gallop across the grassland. What's that? Many cultivators looked in horror at a cloud of dust in the distance. When the cloud of dust approached, everyone turned pale with fright. This was because the cloud of dust was actually an endless number of moonhowl wolves. Run! Hurry up and run! Countless cultivators screamed in horror and fled frantically. However, No one was able to escape. Even the quasi-gods were swallowed by the wolf pack and died tragically. Look, the cloud of dust. What's that? A cultivator pointed into the distance and shouted. Lin Feng frowned and also looked at the cloud of dust in the distance. Rumble. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble. Something's not right. Lin Feng's expression turned grave. The cloud of dust in the distance quickly swept over. Everyone was finally able to clearly see what it was. The Moonhowl Wolf clan. Heavens, just how many Moonhowl wolves are there? Many people's expressions changed when they saw the endless number of Moonhowl wolves. Hurry up and run. Someone shouted and turned to flee frantically into the distance. Others soared into the sky, wanting to fly away. However, the first to suffer were the cultivators who had flown into the air. The densely packed Moonhowl wolves spat out balls of energy. Those cultivators who had flown into the air immediately became live targets. They were drowned by the energy balls of the Moonhowl wolves, and all of them exploded into a bloody mist. The fleeing cultivators on the grasslands were not spared either. The Moonhowl wolves were simply too fast. As the pack of wolves charged forward, many cultivators were engulfed by the pack of wolves and died. Seeing the approaching pack of wolves, many of them paled in fright and felt as if their guts were about to burst. Chapter 1423. Of course, not everyone died under the attack of the wolf pack. Some of the faster cultivators quickly got rid of the wolf pack and stood in the distance to watch. Lin Feng was one of them. Such a huge wolf pack, as expected of the ruler of the Great Sun Plain. Lin Feng muttered to himself. He flew toward the depths of the plain. Lin Feng met more than 10 cultivators, led by Wei Qingying of the Qingwan clan, Dongfang Chuan of the Dongfang clan, and Wang Yuanji of the Wang clan. They also successfully got rid of the wolf pack, which was considered very lucky. As for the 3 quasi-god realm experts, they were nowhere to be found. It was unknown whether they died under the attack of the wolf pack or were scattered by the wolf pack. This time, the wolf pack wreaking havoc on the Great Sun Plain could be said to have caused extremely tragic consequences. A large number of cultivators were killed, and some quasi-god realm experts fell. Most of the quasi-god realm experts were too careless. When they realized how terrifying the wolf pack was and wanted to escape, it was already too late. Some of the quasi-god realm experts were directly attacked by the Wolf King. They didn't even have the chance to escape, and were killed by the Wolf King. This caused a huge commotion, and many cultivators were shocked and angry. Many cultivators from many big forces also died in the wolf pack's riot. Therefore, these big forces even wanted to organize experts to counterattack the wolf pack, but they eventually gave up on this idea because the most important thing now was to snatch the magic lotus. After the wolf pack wreaked havoc once, they didn't attack again, which made the cultivators in the Great Sun Plain feel a little relieved. Lin Feng and a group of more than 10 people flew toward the depths of the Great Sun Plain. He was very low-key and only talked with others occasionally. Most of the time, he was listening to others talk. Everyone rested in an oasis, which was about 10 acres in size. The periphery of the oasis was shaded by trees, which was a good place to rest. Many people went to the oasis to fetch some water. Then, they found a place to sit down and drink the water. Even cultivators could not lack water. The Great Sun Plains is the territory of the Moonhowl Heavenly Wolf King. The Moonhowl Heavenly Wolf King has a very strong concept of territory. The Wolf King is extremely dissatisfied with so many cultivators entering his territory. Moreover, the cultivators who entered were simply invincible. The ferocious beasts were simply no match for them. A large number of ferocious beasts were killed, and many heavenly materials and earthly treasures were taken away. In addition, more and more moonhowl heavenly wolves were killed by the cultivators. A cultivator sighed. He originally had more than 20 fellow disciples, but now he was the only one left. The others had all died. He was both happy and sad. Most importantly, they did not take the moonhowl heavenly wolf king seriously. I believe many people have heard of the moonhowl heavenly wolf king before. However, how many people actually take the moonhowl heavenly wolf king seriously? Another cultivator said. Lin Feng agreed with the second cultivator. Many people knew that the moonhowl heavenly wolf king ruled the Great Sun Plains. There were also many rumors about the moonhowl heavenly wolf king in the outside world. However, how many people actually took these rumors seriously? Very few cultivators entered the Great Sun Plains on a daily basis. This was because the Great Sun Plains were ravaged by the scorching sun tornadoes. The slightest carelessness could cause one to be swallowed by the tornadoes. In addition, ferocious beasts ran rampant in the Great Sun Plains. More than 90% of the Great Sun Plains were plains that stretched as far as the eye could see. Mountain ranges, canyons, and other places were relatively rare. Generally, heavenly materials and earthly treasures grew in deep mountains, old forests, dangerous mountain ranges, and other places. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures that were suitable for growing in the plains were relatively rare. The Great Sun Plains was dangerous, and heavenly materials and earthly treasures were scarce. Therefore, very few cultivators entered the Great Sun Plains on a daily basis. Therefore, there were many things happening in the Great Sun Plains that the cultivators in the outside world were curious about, including the rumors about the moonhowl heavenly wolf king. Because they had not seen the moonhowl heavenly wolf king with their own eyes, many people did not take the rumors to heart. After entering the moonhowl heavenly wolf king's territory, they did as they pleased. They killed ferocious beasts and snatched the rare heavenly materials and earthly treasures. They killed the moonhowl heavenly wolves and cut off their skins. The skins of moonhowl heavenly wolves were very tough and were excellent materials for crafting magic robes. Therefore, they were very popular. Therefore, many cultivators who entered the Great Sun Plains were hunting moonhowl heavenly wolves. In fact, when the magic lotus appeared, only a small number of people actually went to snatch the magic lotus. Most people took advantage of the fact that there were many people and entered unexplored areas to wantonly plunder the resources there. If there were heavenly materials and earthly treasures, they would snatch them. If there were moonhowl heavenly wolves, they would kill them and cut off their precious skins. Many people sighed. Now that they knew how terrifying the moonhowl heavenly wolf king was, it was likely that the moonhowl heavenly wolf king was much more powerful than the rumors said. However, Lin Feng felt that something was not right. The moonhowl heavenly wolf king's roars were mixed with some uneasiness. This uneasiness was definitely not caused by these ordinary cultivators entering the Great Sun Plains. Could it be that the moonhowl heavenly wolf king is afraid of something, or is it warning them of something? Lin Feng frowned. He felt that the moonhowl heavenly wolf king's attack on the cultivators was not as simple as it seemed. Asterisk whoosh whoosh whoosh. Asterisk in the distance. A hurricane swept across the world. Within the hurricane, the void distorted and pitch-black specks of light appeared. These were sunspots. One by one, the sunspots self-detonated. In an instant, with the sunspots as the center, the void within several hundred meters exploded. Its power was truly terrifying. Scorching sun hurricane, run! Seeing the hurricane sweeping over from afar, everyone was shocked. This was something even more terrifying than a pack of wolves. It was rumored that if a god was caught in it, they could die. Everyone quickly flew into the distance. As the scorching sun hurricane swept across the world, cultivators in the distance fled in different directions. The scorching sun hurricane's area grew larger and larger, and many people were caught in it. In the end, they were swallowed, their bodies torn apart. This included some quasi-god experts who were swallowed by the scorching sun hurricane and died within it. Lin Feng and the others narrowly avoided the scorching sun hurricane. They were incomparably lucky because the scorching sun hurricane swept in another direction and did not continue chasing after them. Otherwise, they might have been swallowed by it. The group finally entered the depths of the Great Sun Plains. As soon as they arrived, they saw a dense demonic fog in the depths of the plains. Numerous cultivators were surrounding and attacking the magic lotus. After the magic lotus expanded, it covered 1,000 square meters and released boundless demonic might. The surrounding laws intertwined and densely packed with runes. Someone had sealed the world and trapped the magic lotus. Quick, charge forward and send your divine sense into the magic lotus. Who knows, you might be able to refine the magic lotus by chance. Many cultivators shouted as they quickly charged towards the magic lotus. Chapter 14:24. No opportunity could be obtained just because one was strong enough. Since it was an opportunity, it could only be obtained by those who were fated. The stronger one was, the higher the probability of obtaining such an opportunity. However, it didn't mean that one would definitely obtain it. This was also the reason why so many cultivators would come every time a supreme treasure, a god's treasure, or an ancient cultivator's immortal's cave appeared. For example, when Huangfu Qingtian obtained the secret realm of ether, his cultivation was still very low. Many experts had gone to fight for it, but in the end, the secret realm of ether was obtained by Huangfu Qingtian, who was only 13 years old at the time. This was the so-called opportunity. Now, the magic lotus was besieged for the same reason. So many cultivators were invading the magic lotus with their divine sense. Perhaps one of the cultivators would refine the magic lotus and then activate the magic lotus to break the seal and escape, enjoying this great opportunity alone. Lin Feng also flew over, his divine sense also invading the magic lotus. Lin Feng was searching for Mosei Tianzuan's aura. In the 9 layers of the magic lotus, Lin Feng's divine sense kept invading the world inside the magic lotus. Kid, it's you? You're not dead yet? Suddenly, a resentful roar was transmitted to Lin Feng's divine sense. Then, a terrifying force rushed toward Lin Feng's divine sense, trying to destroy Lin Feng's divine sense. When Lin Feng felt this force, his expression changed slightly. Mosei Tianzuan, he really wasn't dead. Lin Feng's divine sense quickly retreated, and he transmitted to Mosei Tianzuan, Mosei Tianzuan, what a coincidence to meet you here. However, it seems that your situation isn't very good. I couldn't kill you in the Tianwu continent, but you're dead in the world of exile. The magic lotus will be taken by me, and so will your divine sense. You're destined to become my stepping stone. I'll kill you. Mosei Tianzuan roared in exasperation. The powerful force quickly destroyed Lin Feng's divine sense, but Lin Feng's divine sense had already retreated, avoiding Mosei Tianzuan's attack. Now, Mosei Tianzuan was only a remnant soul, and even his origin energy had dissipated. Thus, Mosei Tianzuan wasn't a threat at all. If he were in front of them, even if a few gods surrounded Mosei Tianzuan, victory would still be in his grasp, let alone tens of thousands of cultivators. Even if Mosei Tianzuan was surrounded by a few gods, Mosei Tianzuan would still be victorious. However, the current situation had already undergone an earth-shattering change. Boom! Lin Feng stepped towards the magic lotus, his 3 forces stacked together. Sensing the force emanating from Lin Feng's body, Many cultivators paled and retreated. Who is this person? Why is he so strong? Many people looked at Lin Feng in horror. It's him. Wei Qingying was slightly surprised. She naturally recognized Lin Feng. Previously, she had traveled with Lin Feng for a period of time, but she hadn't paid much attention to Lin Feng. Back then, among the dozen or so people, Lin Feng rarely spoke, and he didn't display much strength. But now, seeing Lin Feng in action, Wei Qingying was extremely shocked. This person's aura was too frightening, and it didn't seem like a strength that a young cultivator could possess. This person has hidden his strength well, but what is he trying to do now? Could it be that he wants to snatch the magic lotus from the hands of so many experts? Wang Yuanji frowned slightly. He also recognized Lin Feng. There are tens of thousands of experts here, and there are dozens of quasi-gods. This kid wants to snatch the magic lotus. Isn't that just wishful thinking? Dongfeng Chuan shook his head. You're courting death. A quasi-god expert's voice was cold, and he sent a palm strike towards Lin Feng. This was an expert from the three-eyed race, and he had a third eye between his eyebrows. He looked extremely demonic. Lin Feng suddenly thought of the legendary Erlang god, Yang Jian, who also had three eyes. He wondered if this primordial giant god was an expert from the three-eyed race. The magic lotus is mine. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he used the 9 slashes of the Devil Emperor. Bang! He collided with the expert from the three-eyed race, and the expert was sent flying as if he had been struck by lightning. Wah! He spat out a mouthful of blood. Heavens! What kind of cultivation base is this? He made a quasi-god vomit blood with a single move. Many people cried out in alarm, unable to believe that this was real. There was actually such a terrifying young man in this world. Who is he? Wei Qingying's eyes lit up. Lin Feng was young, handsome, and terrifyingly strong. It was natural that he would attract the attention of others. Whether it was men or women, they would always worship the strong. Lin Feng stood in the air, coldly looking at the densely packed experts around him. He said in a domineering voice, "The magic lotus is mine. You can all leave now." Junior, how arrogant! Many experts immediately roared in anger. Naturally, no one was willing to give up a supreme treasure like the magic lotus. If a god came and told everyone that he had taken a liking to the magic lotus, they would all retreat. Perhaps everyone would retreat. But Lin Feng was just a young cultivator. Try to sense his life force. He's only 27 years old. Even if he started cultivating when he was in his mother's womb, how many years has he been cultivating for? I'm guessing that he must have used some kind of treasure to be able to display such power. Everyone, don't be afraid. Kill him and take his treasure. The cultivator's words made many people's hearts beat faster. Lin Feng said disdainfully, "Only ignorant and stupid people would think that I relied on a treasure to increase my cultivation." When the quasi-god heard Lin Feng's mockery, his expression became extremely gloomy. He continued to shout, "Everyone, this brat is obviously bluffing. What are you waiting for? Let's kill him together." Kill him. Many cultivators roared and used all kinds of divine abilities and treasures to attack Lin Feng. Of course, there were also many cultivators who chose to observe. This was because they felt that Lin Feng was not simple. In the world of cultivators, strength was the most important thing, not age. Lin Feng had just shown how terrifying he was. If Lin Feng really had such strength, it would be too terrifying. He was only 27 years old. How terrifying would his future be? Thus, many people chose to observe for a while before deciding whether or not to attack. It seems that you all want to die. Fine. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wishes. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Light flashed in his right hand, and the great desolate war spear appeared. Sweeping all directions, Lin Feng swept out with his spear. The spear light tore through the sky and swept towards the cultivators. Thousands of cultivators' attacks were instantly destroyed by Lin Feng. Bang, bang, bang. Next, countless cultivators' bodies exploded, their bodies and souls destroyed on the spot. This brat is too savage. Retreat. Seeing how strong Lin Feng was, many people were scared out of their wits and quickly retreated. Chapter 14:25. Lin Feng stood in the air and looked askance at the thousands of experts. His voice was indifferent as he asked, "Who else wants to die?" At this moment, the surroundings were completely silent. No one dared to answer Lin Feng's question. For a moment, the entire world calmed down. Many people were shocked and found it hard to calm down. Thousands of cultivators had been frightened by a young cultivator to the point that they didn't even dare to say a word. What kind of unbelievable scene was this? But now, it was happening right in front of them. Countless female cultivators looked at Lin Feng with shining eyes. They looked as if they wanted to eat Lin Feng alive. "Kid, who are you?" It was the same cultivator who had encouraged everyone to surround and attack Lin Feng. He looked at Lin Feng with a gloomy expression and asked in a deep voice, "You don't have the right to know." Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. This was a blatant slap to the face. The cultivator's face alternated between green and red. He then laughed sinisterly and said, "Kid, don't be too happy. You see the surrounding formations? Even the magic lotus has been trapped by the formations and can't escape. Do you think you can resist the formations here? The formations are quite strong." Lin Feng said indifferently, "Are you afraid now?" The cultivator sneered at Lin Feng. Lin Feng curled his lips and said, "I really don't know where you get your confidence from. A clown like you dares to keep jumping around here?" When the cultivator heard Lin Feng's disdain for him, his expression became even more gloomy. He continued to fan the flames and shouted, "Everyone, this kid is young and has many treasures on him. Since he's so greedy and wants to devour the magic lotus, there's no need for us to be polite to him. With so many of us here, we can definitely kill him if we activate the formation together." "That's right. Kill him." Someone immediately responded. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the formation was activated. After the formation was activated, many people regained their confidence. They felt that they could use the power of the formation to obliterate Lin Feng. After the formation was activated, destructive runes interweaved in the air. They seemed to distort the laws of the world as they pressed down on Lin Feng. Even the void was shattered. The power of the formation here was indeed very strong. Being able to trap the magic lotus was enough to explain everything. If it was someone else, they might not be able to withstand the power of the array. However, the expert these people were facing was Lin Feng. The successor of the celestial master path was best at the use of formations. Lin Feng stepped out. The distorted runes in the air were unable to harm him at all. All the runes seemed to be actively avoiding Lin Feng. After seeing this scene, many people turned pale with shock and disbelief. What kind of ability was this? He had easily broken through the formation's attack. It was too terrifying. "Didn't you want my life? Then I'll kill you first." Lin Feng held the great desolate war spear and walked in the air. He attacked the expert who had been inciting the surrounding cultivators to besiege him. Lin Feng was too fast. He arrived in front of the expert in an instant and stabbed the great desolate war spear. "I'm a cultivator of the Qinwu people. You dare kill me?" The expert roared. This person was called Jin Wufa. He was an expert of the Wu generation of the Qinwu people. He was an expert of the same generation as Jin Wushu. If the great Sun domain was compared to an empire, then Jin Wufa would be a relative of the emperor. He was high and mighty. Who wouldn't fear the Qinwu people? Therefore, Jin Wufa wanted to use the Qinwu people to threaten Lin Feng. However, he had threatened the wrong person. Lin Feng hated it when people threatened him. Jin Wufa dared to threaten him? Wasn't he courting death? Lin Feng sneered. So, what if you're a Qinwu people? I'm going to take your dog life. His cold voice sounded. A peerless spear pierced through the air. Jin Wufa took out a ruler-shaped Dharma treasure to block it. However, it was useless. The Dharma treasure was shattered by the great desolate war spear. Pooh! A moment later, the great desolate war spear pierced through Jin Wufa's chest. Lin Feng held the spear in one hand and lifted Jin Wufa into the air. His right hand shook slightly. Bang! A loud sound was heard. Jin Wufa's body exploded. He died on the spot. Jin Wufa is dead. This person is too strong. We can't make an enemy out of him. Otherwise, we might end up like Jin Wufa. The surrounding cultivators were so frightened that their faces turned pale. They kept retreating. No one dared to target Lin Feng anymore. At that moment, the magic lotus suddenly shrank. It wanted to tear apart the formation and escape. Mose Tianzuan, where do you think you're going? Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He threw his spear at the magic lotus. Bang! A loud sound was heard. The magic lotus, which had been soaring into the sky, was smashed back into the distance by Lin Feng. Next, Lin Feng used the great purification technique. An endless stream of purification power condensed and poured into the magic lotus. Lin Feng wanted to forcefully purify Mose Tianzuan. Lin Feng, you actually want to purify me? You're a demon even more evil than the heavenly demons. Mose Tianzuan roared. He struggled with all his might to resist Lin Feng's purification. Mose Tianzuan knew that once he was purified, he would become a walking corpse and lose himself. Ha 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 ha. If I'm not even more evil than a demon, I might be the one to die in the end. Mose Tianzuan, you fell into my hands because you were too careless. Now there's no turning back. You're destined to be purified by me. You're the magic lotus and divine abilities will all be taken by me. Don't worry. Once I get everything from you, I'll scatter your soul. If you don't die, how can the billions of people who died because of you rest in peace? Lin Feng sneered and continued to purify Mose Tianzuan. Mose Tianzuan roared, I won't let you have your way. Even if I have to destroy my own soul, I won't let you have your way. As soon as Mose Tianzuan finished speaking, Lin Feng sensed an astonishing fluctuation coming from Mose Tianzuan's body. This fluctuation caused Mose Tianzuan's soul to begin to disintegrate. Don't even think about destroying yourself. Lin Feng's expression was ice cold. An even more powerful purification energy poured into the magic lotus. Mose Tianzuan immediately discovered that he couldn't even destroy his own soul. Just as Mose Tianzuan was about to be purified by Lin Feng, suddenly the void behind Lin Feng split open. A man surrounded by boundless divine flames stepped out. When he appeared, countless cultivators felt an urge to prostrate themselves before him. It was as if they were mortals facing a god. This existence was actually a god. Boom! This god attacked Lin Feng with a palm strike. Golden Crow Sage. Some cultivators cried out in alarm. They recognized this god's identity. He was the ruler of the great Sun domain, one of the 12 domain rulers of the exiled world, the Golden Crow Sage. He was a deity, and now the Golden Crow Sage had personally appeared to attack Lin Feng. What? He's the Golden Crow Sage? Many cultivators cried out in alarm. Even among the cultivators of the Great Sun Domain, very few had seen the Golden Crow Sage before. Now that they heard that this person was the Golden Crow Sage, their hearts were naturally filled with shock. The Golden Crow Sage is personally making a move. That kid is dead for sure. Many people looked at Lin Feng as if they were looking at a dead man. Chapter 1426. The Golden Crow Sage had appeared silently and attacked him. This was something that Lin Feng had never expected. He had been edifying Mose Tianzuan, so he had not noticed the Golden Crow Sage's appearance. When the Golden Crow Sage attacked, Lin Feng felt an aura of death enveloping his body. Heaven patching technique. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. At this moment of life and death, he used the heaven patching technique to borrow an opportunity from the heavens. Whoosh! His body instantly moved horizontally. The Golden Crow Sage's attack had hit nothing, and Lin Feng appeared more than 20 meters away. He actually dodged the Golden Crow Sage's attack. How did he do it? Many people cried out in disbelief. They simply could not believe their eyes. The Golden Crow Sage had attacked silently. Lin Feng clearly did not have any time to dodge, but Lin Feng still managed to dodge. This was too inconceivable. Lin Feng's expression was extremely unsightly. He was about to edify Mose Tianzuan, but because of the Golden Crow Sage, he had failed. You are a god, but you still have the demeanor of a god. Lin Feng said coldly. The Golden Crow Sage slightly raised his eyebrows and said, "Everything God does is right because God is the supreme ruler, and every word God says is an oracle. I really don't know where you get your confidence from. Today, I will kill you a god." Lin Feng shouted coldly. He jumped up and swept the great desolate war spear towards the Golden Crow Sage. Heavens, is that kid crazy? Why isn't he running away when facing the Golden Crow Sage? He actually dares to say that he will kill the Golden Crow Sage. He's too daring. A mortal wants to kill a god. That's simply wishful thinking. This kid is simply courting death. Many cultivators started to discuss spiritedly. No matter how strong a mortal was, he was not a god. The level of life of a god had already surpassed that of mortals. Their combat strength was not something that mortals could compare with. In the eyes of the surrounding cultivators, Lin Feng would definitely die if he went against the Golden Crow Sage. Brat, it's useless. Mortals are like ants in front of gods. The Golden Crow Sage laughed coldly. He extended his hand and slapped towards Lin Feng. Clang! He used his huge hand to shake Lin Feng's great desolate war spear and clashed with Lin Feng. After a dozen moves, the two of them separated. The Golden Crow Saint wasn't able to gain the upper hand. What's going on? Everyone was dumbfounded. They originally thought that the Golden Crow Sage would be able to instantly kill Lin Feng. However, the Golden Crow Sage had actually attacked more than 10 times and still wasn't able to gain the upper hand. This was too inconceivable. That young cultivator has the power to fight a god. At this thought, many cultivators couldn't help but gasp. Wasn't this too heaven-defying? Ha 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 ha, Golden Crow Sage. I heard that you're one of the 12 area masters of the banished world. However, if this is all you've got, then you should let me be your area master. Lin Feng laughed loudly. He held the great desolate war spear in his hand and pierced through 108,000 spear strikes towards the Golden Crow Sage. Boom! Billions of spear shadows appeared in the void, shattering the heavens and the earth. The power was so strong that it felt like the end of the world. Too scary. That brat is too scary. Is he going to kill a god? Countless cultivators felt the powerful aura emitted from Lin Feng's body. They were so scared that their bodies trembled. They quickly retreated, not daring to get close to the battlefield. They were afraid that they would be attacked. Mysterious gold sky-shattering finger. The Golden Crow sage's expression was indifferent. He extended his right hand and pointed at the void. In an instant, a huge energy finger condensed in the void. It was a golden energy finger. The energy finger pointed at the void. The billions of spear lights formed by the great desolate war spear were all shattered, as expected of a god. His magical energy is monstrous. His attacks are so powerful. Lin Feng's eyes turned cold. He looked indifferent as he stepped forward and arrived in front of the Golden Crow sage. He had already put away the great desolate war spear. Lin Feng's goal was to fight the Golden Crow sage in close combat. This was what Lin Feng was best at. His physical body had already reached the heavenly god realm, so it was enough to crush the Golden Crow sage's physical body. If they were to compete in terms of magical energy, Lin Feng would not be able to defeat the Golden Crow sage. After all, he was only at the sixth heavenly layer of the rebirth realm. In a life and death battle, one had to play to their strengths and avoid their weaknesses. They had to show their advantages and then kill their opponent in one move. Close quarters combat. That brat's battle prowess has reached such a terrifying level because of his magical treasure. Now, he wants to give up on using his magical treasure to fight a god. Isn't he just courting death? Many people cried out in alarm. They did not understand why Lin Feng was doing this. The Golden Crow sage looked at Lin Feng with disdain. You want to fight a god with your physical body? You don't even know your own strength. As a god, the Golden Crow sage was naturally very confident in his physical body. When Lin Feng punched the Golden Crow sage was shocked. The Golden Crow sage also punched at Lin Feng. In close combat, because the distance was too close, divine abilities were useless. The opponent would not give you the time to circulate your magical energy and condense a divine ability. This was purely a battle of physical bodies. You punched, and I kicked. A battle of physical bodies was to see whose body was stronger and whose body could withstand more powerful attacks. If someone punched you, you would be safe and sound. If someone punched you, you would be able to kill them. This was the difference between a strong and weak physical body. Bang! Following a dull collision sound, Lin Feng and the Golden Crow sage collided, following which everyone saw a scene that made them incomparably astonished. The Golden Crow sage was actually sent flying by Lin Feng's punch. At this moment, the thousands of cultivators in the surroundings all quietened down. Everyone's faces, they were all extremely exciting. Shock, astonishment, disbelief, shock, etc. There were all sorts of expressions. Lin Feng's opponent was the Golden Crow sage, a god. Lin Feng was only a mortal and had not cultivated to the god realm. But a mortal! His physical body was even stronger than a god's. This was something that only appeared in legends, but it actually happened in front of everyone's eyes. Impossible. The Golden Crow sage did not dare to believe that this was real. He could not help but roar. This was no longer a matter of losing face. A god was actually suppressed by a mortal. The Golden Crow sage even felt that he no longer had the face to continue staying here. He could imagine that once this matter spread out, he would naturally become the target of ridicule. Golden Crow sage, rumor has it that you have cultivated for more than 3 million years. Is this all you have? It seems that the outside world is also spreading false rumors. With your little strength, you are destined to be killed by me today. Lin Feng stepped in the air, looking indescribably domineering. He waved his right fist and smashed towards the Golden Crow sage. This fist smashed down like Mount Tai. Dragon strike! The Golden Crow sage shouted coldly as his spine swayed like a dragon. His body suddenly shot towards Lin Feng, and his entire body's strength suddenly exploded. This strength was pushed to the extreme. Bang! The two of them collided again, but the golden crow sage was still sent flying by Lin Feng, and his body fell towards the ground. "Ha ha, I'm going to stomp you to death." Lin Feng stood in the air and stepped towards the golden crow sage. His right leg kept growing bigger and bigger. This was the use of the transformation technique. Lin Feng's transformation technique did not only allow him to change his appearance. The transformation technique allowed Lin Feng to change his body at will. He could become big or small, and he could even turn into a rock. Lin Feng's right leg became as big as a mountain, and he stomped towards the golden crow sage, as if he wanted to stomp the golden crow sage to death. Chapter 1427. Bang! This foot ruthlessly stepped on the golden crow sage's body, causing him to fall to the ground. Then he started to crush him. After seeing this scene, many people felt as if they were dreaming. A god was crushed by a mortal, and now he was being stepped on. Even if it was a dream, they might not even dare to dream of such an unbelievable thing. The golden crow sage, who was being crushed under Lin Feng's foot, let out an angry roar. He struggled and used both hands to support Lin Feng's mountain-like foot. Then he hugged the foot and flung Lin Feng away. Whoosh! With a flash of light, Lin Feng recovered and rushed towards the golden crow sage again. The golden crow sage was in an extremely sorry state. His hair was disheveled, his clothes were tattered, and many of his bones were broken. How sorry was he? How sorry was he? This was completely different from the previous god who exuded divine might and required people to look up to him. So a god can be in such a sorry state. A god is not invincible. Many people could not help but mutter. Originally, everyone thought that gods were high and mighty, sacred and inviolable existences. But now, many people had changed their minds. However, when they thought about their own strength, they could not help but laugh bitterly. For a cultivator like Lin Feng, it might be difficult for a god to display the demeanor and might of a god. But for them, gods still needed to be looked up to. Heavenly River World. Seeing Lin Feng rushing over again, the golden crow sage hurriedly executed a powerful divine ability. His right hand gently swiped in the air. Suddenly, a heavenly river world appeared, and Lin Feng was blocked outside. This heavenly river seemed to require one to cross hundreds of millions of miles. It seems that you are afraid. What kind of god is this? You are so weak and pitiful. How dare you call yourself a god? How ridiculous! Lin Feng curled his lips and said. The golden crow sage was so angry that his face turned ashen. He said coldly, "Brat, do you really think that you are a match for me? This body in front of you is just a clone of mine. This clone doesn't even have 1/10,000th of my strength. If my real body were here, I'd crush you instantly," said Lin Feng. "So it's just a clone. You've been practicing cultivation for 1,300,000 years. How could you be so weak? Before you killed me, I stole your clone and turned it into my own clone," said Lin Feng. Many people could not help but smile bitterly. Everyone was used to seeing gods snatching other people's things. After all, gods were very powerful. They could snatch anyone's treasure with absolute force. Who could do anything to them? But now, there was someone who wanted to steal the gods' things. Most importantly, everyone still felt that this matter was very likely to be completed. The golden crow sage sneered and said, "Kid, you are only strong in your physical body. Your magic power is not strong enough. That is your weakness. You have a few powerful deity artifacts, but with your magic power, how long can you sustain those deity artifacts? I'll use up all of your magic power. Let's see how you die then." Boom, boom, boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the golden crow sage attacked again. Huge fireballs condensed in the void. Next, Those fireballs were like falling meteors smashing towards Lin Feng. Every fireball seemed to have the power to destroy heaven and earth. Lin Feng had no choice but to defend against these fireballs. He took out the grand, desolate war spear and used it to blast away the fireballs that were smashing down one by one. However, the fireballs continued to smash down. Lin Feng didn't know what to do. The Golden Crow Sage had rich battle experience. He deliberately pulled away from Lin Feng and used his sacred art to exhaust Lin Feng. Just like what the Golden Crow Sage said, Lin Feng could not withstand such a long period of exhaustion. Lin Feng naturally knew what the Golden Crow Sage was planning. His expression could not help but darken. These deity realm experts were all old foxes. It was indeed troublesome to deal with them. Lin Feng was thinking if he should use the Burning Heavens Fury. Lin Feng was worried about using the Burning Heavens Fury now. This was because he was slightly far from the Golden Crow Sage. Furthermore, the Golden Crow Sage had been cautiously guarding against him. Therefore, even if he used the Burning Heavens Fury, the Golden Crow Sage might dodge it. However, the Burning Heavens Fury was a peerless absolute art that consumed too much of his body. If he was unable to cause great damage to the Golden Crow Sage, then his magic power would be severely depleted. In that case, his magic power would be severely depleted. At that time, he would inevitably fall into danger. Just as Lin Feng was in a dilemma, suddenly, the void behind the Golden Crow Sage cracked open. A silver-white, huge wolf charged out from the cracked void. That huge wolf waved its huge claws and slapped towards the Golden Crow Sage. Moonhowl Heavenly Wolf King. After seeing the huge wolf, many people exclaimed in shock. Moonhowl Heavenly Wolf King, the ruler of the great Sun Plains. Moonhowl Heavenly Wolf King, you dare to sneak an attack on me? Despicable and shameless. The Golden Crow Sage could not help but roar. He turned around and slapped towards the Moonhowl Heavenly Wolf King. The Moonhowl Heavenly Wolf King had been hiding in the dark, eyeing the Golden Crow Sage covetously. He suddenly attacked and caught the Golden Crow Sage off guard. The Golden Crow Sage attacked in a hurry. Therefore, the result of their collision was already decided. Following a dull collision sound, the Golden Crow Sage was sent flying by the Moonhowl Heavenly Wolf King. Kacha-kacha! His arm was broken. The Golden Crow Sage did not have a powerful, undying divine body like Lin Feng. His injuries naturally could not recover quickly. Now, the Golden Crow Sage was even more injured. Lin Feng swept away all the fireballs that fell from the sky. Then, he charged towards the Golden Crow Sage. He sneered at the Golden Crow Sage and mocked, "Why didn't you say that you were despicable and shameless when you ambushed me? When you ambushed me, you said that you were righteous. When others ambushed you, they were despicable and shameless. Humans need face, trees need their bark. You are completely shameless." The Golden Crow Sage was furious. After being mocked by Lin Feng, he could not wait to tear Lin Feng into pieces. However, the Golden Crow Sage knew that his current situation was not good. Therefore, even though he hated Lin Feng and the Moonhowl Heavenly Wolf King, he had already decided to escape. Although the Golden Crow Sage's body was a clone, it had consumed countless precious materials and 500,000 years to successfully refine it. Now, it had finally broken through to the deity realm. The Golden Crow Sage was naturally unwilling to let his clone be destroyed here. "You can't escape. Seal the space." Lin Feng took a step forward. Dense runes intertwined in the void. The entire void was sealed. Originally, the Golden Crow Sage wanted to tear open the void and escape. But now, he was unable to escape. The Moonhowl Heavenly Wolf King looked at the Golden Crow Sage with eyes filled with killing intent. Lin Feng guessed that the Moonhowl Heavenly Wolf King and the Golden Crow Sage must have some enmity. As for what enmity it was, Lin Feng did not know. However, the Moonhowl Heavenly Wolf King and Lin Feng had reached a tacit agreement. They attacked the Golden Crow Sage with all their strength. The Golden Crow Sage was attacked by two experts. He could not help but roar in anger. After dozens of rounds, Lin Feng seized an opportunity and smashed the great desolate war spear on the Golden Crow Sage's back. The Golden Crow Sage was sent flying. Crack, crack. Countless bones in his body were broken. He spat out mouthfuls of blood. The Moonhowl Heavenly Wolf King seized the opportunity and waved his huge wolf claws towards the Golden Crow Sage. Lin Feng stepped forward in the void and pierced the great desolate war spear towards the Golden Crow Sage's chest. Chapter 1428. If you want to kill me, I won't let you succeed so easily. Golden Crow God Transformation Technique. Transform. The Golden Crow Sage roared as his body started to change. It was an extremely shocking change. Golden light surged out from his body. In the blink of an eye, the Golden Crow Sage had turned into a golden crow. This golden crow's wings were about 1 meter long. Although it wasn't huge, its aura was extremely powerful. Rays of divine light lingered as the golden crow's wings flapped. The left wing swept towards Lin Feng. The right wing swept towards the Moonhowl Heavenly Wolf King. Clang, clang, 2 consecutive sounds of collision could be heard. After transforming, the Golden Crow Sage was actually able to block Lin Feng and the Moonhowl Heavenly Wolf King's attacks. Heaven Slicer. The Golden Crow Sage continued to use powerful attacks. After transforming into the Golden Crow Sage, the Golden Crow Sage's battle strength increased crazily. As the wings flapped, streaks of destructive power shot out from the void. The destructive power was like the slicer force condensed by the Great Slicer technique. The surrounding void was sliced apart. Cracks in the void appeared one after another. Lin Feng's array was also instantly sliced apart. This absolute art was truly shocking. What a powerful sacred art. Lin Feng was shocked. Ha ha ha, Golden Crow Sage, let's work together to deal with them. We can definitely kill them. As Mosei Tianzuan's voice rang out, the magic lotus soared into the sky and charged towards Lin Feng and the Moonhowl Heavenly Wolf King. Bang bang! The magic lotus was very powerful. When it hit Lin Feng and the Moonhowl Heavenly Wolf King, it sent them flying. Then let's work together to kill them. The Golden Crow Sage's eyes turned slightly. Originally, the Golden Crow Sage was also thinking about the magic lotus. However, now, the Golden Crow Sage had decided to work together with the magic lotus to kill Lin Feng and the Moonhowl Heavenly Wolf King before subduing the magic lotus. This was really killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Mosei Tianzuan was not a stupid person. How could he not know that the Golden Crow Sage was plotting against him? Mosei Tianzuan had been observing the battle and had not participated in it. Now that he suddenly made a move and proposed to join forces with the Golden Crow Sage, he must have his own schemes. However, as Mosei Tianzuan manipulated the magic lotus to join the battle, Mosei Tianzuan's team was already on the verge of collapsing. The battle became more and more intense. The magic lotus charged towards Lin Feng and the Moonhowl Heavenly Wolf King again and again. On the other hand, the Golden Crow Sage flapped its wings and shot out billions of slicing lights. The surrounding void was already riddled with holes. The destructive space-time force surged out from the cracks in space. Lin Feng and the Moonhowl Heavenly Wolf King had to defend against the space-time force. Therefore, the 2 of them were gradually at a disadvantage. Ha 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 ha, let's see how you'll die. The Golden Crow Sage laughed out loud. Previously, he had been extremely sullen, but now he was in high spirits. No matter what kind of attacks Lin Feng and the Moonhowl Heavenly Wolf King used, the magic lotus blocked them all. The Golden Crow Sage was able to attack without hesitation. That young cultivator and the Moonhowl Heavenly Wolf King won't be defeated, right? Many people looked at each other in dismay. This battle had turned around too quickly. Many people were dumbfounded. Fellow Taoist, I'm going to use the Magic Lotus's ultimate technique. One flower, one world. I'll condense the power of the world and launch the most violent attack on these two people. Please cooperate with me. We'll try to kill these two people. Mose Tianzuan's voice suddenly came from the Magic Lotus. No problem. Mose Tianzuan roared. Magic power continuously flowed into the Golden Crow's wings. The Golden Crow's wings flapped faster and faster. An earth-shattering, slicing power flew out. The Golden Crow Sage was clearly going all out. At that moment, Mose Tianzuan shouted, "One leaf, one Bodhi, one flower, one world, reverse chaos of billions of worlds." As soon as Mose Tianzuan finished speaking, the Magic Lotus emitted a destructive power. That power seemed to be about to burst out. Then it attacked Lin Feng and the Moonhowl Heavenly Wolf King together with the Golden Crow Sage. However, just as that power was about to burst out at any moment, suddenly Mose Tianzuan's voice changed. "Stellar transposition. I'll give you a taste of your own medicine." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. He didn't stop and rushed towards the Golden Crow Sage. Is he crazy? Isn't he just throwing his life away? Many people couldn't understand Lin Feng's actions when they saw Lin Feng rushing towards the Golden Crow Sage. Even the Moonhowl Heavenly Wolf King couldn't understand it. Billions of slicing power were coming from the Golden Crow Sage's direction. The best way to deal with it was to defend with all his strength and not rush forward to fight it head-on. Even if he could resist the Golden Crow Sage's attack, what about the Magic Lotus's attack? How could he resist it? You're courting death. When the Golden Crow Sage saw Lin Feng rushing towards him, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Then he sneered, just as Lin Feng was about to be drowned by the billions of slicing power. Suddenly, the billions of slicing power were all diverted by the stellar transposition released by the Magic Lotus. Mose Tianzuan's stellar transposition was using the stellar transposition. Lin Feng had experienced the power of this absolute art before. This absolute art could divert the direction of other people's attacks and use them to deal with the cultivator who attacked. This was the true meaning of the stellar transposition, paying someone back in their own coin. Of course, the most powerful part of this sacred art was that it could forcefully control the direction of other people's attacks. It could attack anywhere, and not just the cultivator who used the sacred art. If it could only attack the cultivator who used the sacred art. If that was the case, then stellar transposition would have too many limitations, and it wouldn't be called a peerless technique. For example, after executing the stellar transposition, the Golden Crow Sage's attack would be controlled by Mose Tianzuan. Mose Tianzuan could divert the Golden Crow Sage's attack to anywhere he wanted. He could attack Lin Feng, the Moonhowl Heavenly Wolf King, and the Golden Crow Sage. However, Mose Tianzuan didn't attack Lin Feng, the Moonhowl Heavenly Wolf King, or the Golden Crow Sage. Instead, he diverted the sacred art to the already torn space. Bang! The Golden Crow Sage's all-out attack caused the already torn space to explode. A black hole appeared. The black hole was connected to the parallel space of the great exiled world. As long as Mose Tianzuan entered the parallel space, he would be billions of miles away. When he came out, he might appear in the Tianzhou region, the Poison region, or some other region. The Golden Crow Sage, who had been very pleased with himself, roared furiously, "Are you plotting against me?" Mose Tianzuan laughed sinisterly. "Golden Crow Sage, Haven't you been plotting against me? Since you can plot against me, I can naturally plot against you. If I don't plot against you, how can I escape? Besides, Lin Feng still has an imperial weapon that he hasn't used yet. If he really uses it, he'll have to burn tens of thousands of years of his lifespan to activate it. At that time, he won't be able to escape even if he wants to. Why don't I run away now? You can slowly play with them. As soon as he finished speaking, the magic lotus charged into the parallel space. The torn space instantly closed, allowing the magic lotus to escape. When Mosei Tianzuan used stellar transposition, Lin Feng knew that Mosei Tianzuan was plotting against the Golden Crow Sage. Therefore, he activated his stellar transposition and quickly arrived in front of the Golden Crow Sage. The Golden Crow Sage now knew that Lin Feng had seen through Mosei Tianzuan's plan. It was laughable that it had thought that Lin Feng was here to die. The Golden Crow Sage looked at Lin Feng in horror and frantically retreated. It's too late for you to retreat. Lin Feng sneered and stabbed with the great desolate war spear. Pooh! The spear pierced through the Golden Crow Sage's heart. Chapter 1429. The Golden Crow Sage could no longer maintain his Golden Crow body after suffering such severe injuries. He returned to his human form. Bang! The Golden Crow Sage sent a palm strike at Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng was already prepared for it. He met the Golden Crow Sage's palm strike head-on. The Golden Crow Sage was sent flying by Lin Feng's palm strike. Blood splattered everywhere. Your avatar is really strange. It has real flesh and blood. What did you use to create this avatar? Lin Feng looked indifferent. He stepped forward and attacked the Golden Crow Sage with his spear. Lin Feng had also formed a blood bond with his avatar. It was the avatar of one of the 9 divine emperors. However, Lin Feng's avatar was not made of flesh and blood. This is because when the avatar breaks through to the deity realm, it can create flesh and blood with the help of divine power. However, it won't have a cultivator's heart or other organs. Their bodies will only be covered with flesh and blood. The Moonhowl Heavenly Wolf King said, I was wondering why he could still attack me after I pierced his heart. He should be dead by now. He doesn't have a heart. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. Boom! He and the Moonhowl Heavenly Wolf King continued to attack the Golden Crow Sage fiercely. Although the Golden Crow Sage did not have a heart, he would still be injured if his body was injured. There was a bloody hole in his chest. Blood was flowing out, causing the Golden Crow Sage's blood to flow rapidly. The Golden Crow Sage's combat power was also decreasing. On the other hand, Lin Feng and the Moonhowl Heavenly Wolf King were getting stronger. Lin Feng said, Since flesh and blood can be created, why can't it create a heart and other organs? It can become a real cultivator. The Moonhowl Heavenly Wolf King said, It's not impossible. The Golden Crow Sage's avatar is only at the Void God Realm. Void God Realm avatars can create flesh and blood. Clones of the Divine Fire Realm can produce hearts and other internal organs. True God Realm avatars will undergo a major transformation. The materials used to create the avatar will completely merge with the body and gradually transform into flesh, bones, marrow, meridians, and so on. When the time comes, you'll be exactly the same as a cultivator. You'll even have the ability to create your own blood. You'll become a new life form. Even if your original body is killed, you can use your clone to come back to life. You won't be rejected by the body if you use your clone to come back to life. Ha ha ha. It seems like your clone is very important to Sage Golden Crow. It's already an empty god, so it can become a godly fire cultivator, and then a true god, one step at a time. But Sage Golden Crow, your plan is doomed to fail. Your clone will no longer belong to you. as Golden Crow Sage's avatar. The Golden Crow Sage's avatar. The golden dragon divine flames burned fiercely and enveloped the Golden Crow Sage. Heavenly fire. The Heavenly Wolf King. Roar. The heavenly fire in the sky turned into a golden dragon. Lin Feng stood on the golden dragon and charged towards the Golden Crow Sage. Look, it's the golden dragon, Heavenly Dragon King. Rumor has it that some time ago, someone found it in the depths of the Tianyan mountain range. Many strong cultivators went there, but most of them died tragically. Only a few managed to escape. It seems like the rumor isn't true. The golden dragon, Heavenly Dragon King, has been refined by someone. Who is that young cultivator? He's so strong. He can even refine the golden dragon, Heavenly Dragon King. He's not even a god, but he has the strength to fight against a god. That's incredible. Many people started to talk about it. Everyone was trying to guess Lin Feng's identity. However, they were confused. They didn't know where Lin Feng came from. They didn't know what kind of background Lin Feng had. Heavenly Wolf Transformation. The moon howl, Heavenly Wolf King roared, his roar shaking the mountains and rivers. The moon howl, Heavenly Wolf King, actually grew another 3 heads, turning into a 3-headed moon howl, Heavenly Wolf. The Heavenly Wolf King transformed into a Heavenly Wolf King. Its battle prowess increased tremendously. Lin Feng used the heavenly fire and the transformed Heavenly Wolf King to suppress the Golden Crow Sage. The Golden Crow Sage's injuries were getting more and more serious. Its battle prowess was greatly reduced. "I'll fight you to the death," the Golden Crow Sage roared. He knew that he was in danger. Therefore, the Golden Crow Sage started to fight as well. Within the Golden Crow Sage's body, streaks of God's origin started to burn. As the divine origin in his body burned, the Golden Crow Sage's aura became stronger and stronger. Boom! The Golden Crow Sage soared into the sky and turned into a blazing sun. That scorching sun was descending from the sky and moving towards Lin Feng and the moon-howling wolf. It was as if the heavenly sun had descended from the 9 heavens. This was the Golden Crow Sage's supreme technique. It could turn into a blazing sun and suppress the world. In the legends, the Golden Crow could turn into a sun. He shot down the sun and killed 9 golden crows that had turned into suns. Now that the Golden Crow Sage had turned into a sun, Lin Feng felt pressured. "Heavenly Wolf King, control the treasure with me and smash it to death." Lin Feng took out the 4 ferocious cauldron. The 4 ferocious cauldron's destructive power was terrifying. Whoosh, whoosh. Lin Feng and the Heavenly Wolf King entered the 4 ferocious cauldron. Then, the 2 of them controlled the 4 ferocious cauldron and smashed it against the heavenly sun. The 4 ferocious cauldron kept getting bigger and bigger in the air. Soon, it became as big as a mountain. Bang! The 4 ferocious cauldron and the heavenly sun collided. Waves of destructive power spread out. The destructive power spread out in all directions. The void cracked, the ground caved in, and the mountains collapsed. It really looked like the end of the world. The surrounding cultivators were so scared that their faces turned pale. They quickly ran away, afraid that they would be devoured by the shockwaves of the battle. If that happened, they would die. After 64 consecutive collisions, the Golden Crow Sage couldn't hold on anymore. He turned into his original body again. In the collision with the 4 ferocious cauldron, his physical body cracked, and his injuries became more serious. On the other hand, Lin Feng and the Heavenly Wolf King didn't suffer any injuries, because the 4 ferocious cauldron blocked all the attacks. It dissolved the power of the Golden Crow Sage's sun. Lin Feng and the Heavenly Wolf King rushed out. Lin Feng used the small soul avatar to attack the Golden Crow Sage's soul. As for the Moonhowl Heavenly Wolf King, He used a soul ability called the Heavenly Wolf God-Slaying Art. 3 small silver wolves flew out from the moon-howling Heavenly Wolf King's head. They were formed by the power of the soul. 2 types of soul attack instantly rushed into the mind of the Golden Crow Sage. Ah! The Golden Crow Sage screamed. His soul was severely injured. In the end, the Golden Crow Sage's soul was killed by Lin Feng and the Heavenly Wolf King. Taoist Heavenly Wolf, if you're not interested in this avatar, I'll take it. Lin Feng said. The Heavenly Wolf King nodded. He tore open the void and left quickly. Lin Feng kept the Golden Crow Sage's avatar. He didn't stop and flew into the distance. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. It's dead. The Golden Crow Sage's avatar was killed just like that. After Lin Feng left, countless cultivators discussed the matter. Everyone knew that a violent storm was about to sweep across the banished world after the Golden Crow Sage's external incarnation was slain. At that time, it would definitely cause a storm of blood. Lin Feng found a deep abyss and created a cave there, then sealed it. After sealing it, Lin Feng took out the Golden Crow Sage's avatar. Lin Feng wanted to refine this avatar. This was a godly state avatar. If Lin Feng successfully refined it, it would be equivalent to having another god-level avatar. Chapter 1430. Now that the Golden Crow Sage's external incarnation was in tatters, Lin Feng took out many precious materials to repair it. The strength of the external incarnation was still there. After repairing it, Lin Feng used his divine thought to invade the body of the external incarnation. As the heart moves, heaven and earth become one. Lin Feng's divine thought moved slightly. In an instant, the appearance of the external incarnation began to change. Finally, it turned into Lin Feng's appearance. This external incarnation was very peculiar. Whoever refined it would take on the appearance of that person. Ha ha ha! This external incarnation is at level 3 empty god realm. Not bad, not bad. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. He was very satisfied with the external incarnation. Lin Feng's divine thought moved, and the external incarnation entered Lin Feng's elixir sea. It was extremely difficult to refine the external incarnation to the god realm. Lin Feng didn't know how long it would take to refine the 9 emperors' avatars to the god realm. However, now that he had a god realm external incarnation, Lin Feng was more confident. Even if he met some high-level gods, Lin Feng believed that with the help of the external incarnation, he would be able to fight them. Lin Feng flew out of the Great Sun Plains. When he passed by a mountain range, Lin Feng saw a man in a silver-white robe standing in a valley. There was a lone grave in the valley. Isn't that the Moonhowl Heavenly Wolf King? Lin Feng was surprised. Although the Moonhowl Heavenly Wolf King hadn't turned into a human, Lin Feng had remembered the Moonhowl Heavenly Wolf King's aura. Therefore, Lin Feng could recognize the Moonhowl Heavenly Wolf King in his human form. The Moonhowl Heavenly Wolf King saw Lin Feng. However, he immediately retracted his gaze and stood quietly in front of the grave. Lin Feng flew over and saw that there weren't any words on the grave. He didn't know who was buried inside. One must always look forward in life. Lin Feng said. The Moonhowl Heavenly Wolf King said, even if we look forward, there are still some things that are unforgettable. Lin Feng nodded and said, then you should live a better life and not let those who have passed away feel sad. The Moonhowl Heavenly Wolf King asked, are you willing to listen to a story? I would like to hear the details. Lin Feng said. The moon-howling Heavenly Wolf King paused for a moment before replying, a long, long time ago, there was a youth from the demon race who knew the art of transformation. He transformed into a human and went out to train. While he was training, he met a girl from the human race. She was a very cute girl. and many times she liked to repeatedly lament that life was as lonely as snow. She didn't seem to care about anything, but the youth from the demon race knew that this girl, who always talked about life as lonely as snow, had a kind and pure heart. They traveled together. They went to many places together. Once a secret territory opened, and the youth from the demon race entered. He stole a treasure, but was seen by a few people. Those people wanted to kill him for the treasure, so they chased after him. The youth from the demon race was sent to a death devil cave, and those people left. When the girl heard about it, she went to find them for revenge. The Moonhowl Heavenly Wolf King stopped speaking at this point. Lin Feng said, "That youth from the demon race was you, and the girl died at the hands of those people in order to avenge you. Perhaps this grave is an empty one?" The Moonhowl Heavenly Wolf King asked, "Do you have any wine?" Lin Feng took out 2 jugs of wine, handing one to the Moonhowl Heavenly Wolf King and the other to himself. The 2 of them uncorked the jugs and started gulping down the wine. Lin Feng said, "The Golden Crow Sage should be one of those people who killed the girl, right?" The Moonhowl Heavenly Wolf King said, "Yes, but he's still alive, and well, even after so many years. I'm very curious. That person's cultivation level is so high, but why didn't he come to the Great Sun Plains to kill you?" Lin Feng asked. "He's afraid. The Great Sun Plains has a curse, so his true body doesn't dare to come. At most, he sent a clone." The Moonhowl Heavenly Wolf King said. Lin Feng's heart trembled. A curse? That was an extremely terrifying power. Lin Feng thought of the Fire Crow. He also thought of the cursed Heavenly Master Clan. "What exactly is the power of a curse?" Lin Feng asked. "It's a formless power that's searching for godly experts. Any godly expert who enters this place will be enslaved." The Moonhowl Heavenly Wolf King said. Lin Feng was shocked. "Then aren't you enslaved by the curse as well?" The Moonhowl Heavenly Wolf King didn't reply to Lin Feng. He continued gulping down wine. Lin Feng didn't ask further. After leaving the Great Sun Plains, Lin Feng headed to Sunset City. He planned to visit Zhou Shijun and see little Yao Yao. After that, he would return to Black Rock City. Sunset City was as bustling as ever. When Lin Feng arrived at little Yao Yao's shop, he found that the shop's door was tightly shut. He asked the shopkeeper of the shop next door where Zhou Shijun had gone. The shopkeeper said, "Little brother, how come you haven't heard about such an important matter?" Something happened to Zhou Shijun's family. The shopkeeper and his employees are all dead. Zhou Shijun and little Yao Yao have disappeared without a trace. The shopkeeper's knowledge was limited, so Lin Feng wasn't able to gather much information. In this vast sea of people, it was naturally not easy to find Zhou Shijun and little Yao Yao. However, Lin Feng didn't want to give up on the search. He went to the Mercenary Association and spent a large sum of money to get them to investigate Zhou Shijun and little Yao Yao's whereabouts. He then told them to send someone to Black Rock City in the Tianzhou region to look for him. After that, Lin Feng left Sunset City and headed to the Tianzhou region. In the southern wasteland region, a one-armed cultivator was carrying a 4- or 5-year-old girl as they flew toward the famous southern wasteland lake. The southern wasteland lake spanned 350 million miles. It was the largest lake in the exiled world. "Uncle, where are we going?" little Yao Yao asked. "The emperor cultivated here for a period of time. Perhaps we can go there and hide for a while." Zhou Shijun said. Little Yao Yao nodded solemnly. Suddenly, the void split open. A dense group of black-clothed people appeared. "Oh no!" Zhou Shijun's expression changed drastically. He turned around and fled. However, black-clothed people appeared from all directions. More than 1,000 black-clothed people surrounded Zhou Shijun and little Yao Yao. Zhou Shijun, you're really something. You actually made us send so many people to look for you. This place has been sealed by a great formation. Even if you have 3 heads and 6 arms, you won't be able to escape. One of the black-clothed people laughed viciously. Attack! Another black-clothed person said coldly, Kill! Shouts shook the sky as the dense group of black-clothed people charged toward Zhou Shijun. I'll kill you! Zhou Shijun gritted his teeth and charged toward the black-clothed people with his sword. The disparity in strength was too great. Zhou Shijun could only last 10 rounds. One of the black-clothed people rushed forward and cut off Zhou Shijun's head with his sword. Uncle, uncle! Little Yao Yao began to cry loudly. The black-clothed person's head grabbed little Yao Yao's neck and held her in his hand. He tore open the void and left the place. The dense group of black-clothed people followed closely behind and left the place. Zhou Shijun's body fell into the lake. The smell of blood attracted the fierce beasts in the lake. Zhou Shijun's head and body were swallowed by a fierce beast in the lake. The fierce beast then dived into the depths of the lake. The boundless southern wasteland lake became incomparably calm again. It was as if nothing had happened here. Chapter 1431. The atmosphere in Blackstone City was rather tense, mainly because the conflict between the 3 great clans, the 5 great sects, and the city lord Peng Mosu had been completely exposed. Both sides had even shed all pretenses of cordiality. The 8 great powers had been tricked by Peng Mosu, and their higher-ups had almost died in the Skyfall mountain range. If Chu Tianba and the others hadn't returned in time, the 8 great powers might have been controlled by Peng Mosu. However, Peng Mosu had the backing of the Tianzhou region's domain lord, Heavenly Emperor Jun. In addition, there was an exceptionally tyrannical old servant by his side, so Peng Mosu had nothing to fear. However, Blackstone City was still within the sphere of influence of the 3 great clans and 5 great sections. The 8 great powers had joined forces and besieged the city lord's mansion in one night, driving Peng Mosu out. It was said that Peng Mosu had already gone to the surrounding ancient cities to borrow troops, swearing to uproot the 3 great clans and 5 great sects in Blackstone City. Once the war started, it would definitely cause great suffering, and countless innocent people in Blackstone City would definitely be affected by the war. When the time came, blood would flow like rivers. Because of this matter, everyone in Blackstone City was in a state of panic. At this time, Lin Feng had returned to Blackstone City. Upon hearing the news of Lin Feng's return, the 3 great clans and 5 great sects higher-ups seemed to have found their backbone, and all of them came to visit Lin Feng to seek countermeasures. Lin Feng wasn't very familiar with the structure of the Tianzhou region, so he asked, as the Tianzhou region's domain lord, does that mean that Heavenly Emperor Jun has complete control over all the territories in the Tianzhou region? Shugo said, that's not the case. The Tianzhou region has 1 domain lord, but there are also 5 deputy domain lords. These 5 deputy domain lords come from the 5 great powers, and these 5 great powers are also deeply rooted and abnormally strong. Moreover, it is said that these 5 great powers have self-sealing stones, and within these stones are experts who are sleeping. Therefore, even Heavenly Emperor Jun wouldn't easily fall out with these 5 great powers. Lin Feng said, it seems that these 5 deputy domain lords have a lot of power. Shun Shizhong nodded and said, that's right, these 5 deputy region masters are also very powerful. In fact, in the 12 regions, there are some top forces in each region. Although the region masters are supreme, the region masters do not dare to underestimate these top forces. Lin Feng smiled and said, since Heavenly Emperor Jun is also restricted by the 5 deputy region lords, I have thought of a way to deal with Peng Mosu. Fellow Taoist Lin, Do you have any ideas? The 3 patriarchs and the 5 sect masters all looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Send people to spread the news that Peng Mosu colluded with Jin Wushu of the Great Sun region and ambushed everyone in the Tianai mountain range. At that time, it will be difficult for him to defend himself. The disciplinary hall of Tianzhou City will definitely investigate this matter. At that time, Peng Mosu will be too busy to take care of himself, so he will definitely rush back to Tianzhou City to deal with this matter. That way, this battle can be avoided, and at the same time, we can also avoid the tragedy of millions of corpses. When the time comes, send people to investigate this matter as well. As long as Peng Mosu is convicted, he will never be able to make a comeback in the future. If we do this, we can indeed avoid a huge battle, and at the same time, we can also deal a huge blow to Peng Mosu. But Peng Mosu is a subordinate of the region master, Heavenly Emperor Jun. If we do this, I'm afraid that we will offend the region master, Heavenly Emperor Jun," Tai Xian Xinren said worriedly. Lin Feng said, "I know what you're worried about. Aren't you worried that Heavenly Emperor Jun will take revenge on the 3 great clans and the 5 great sects? Actually, you don't have to worry." Everyone's eyes lit up slightly, and they all looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled faintly, and with a wave of his right hand, his God State avatar flew out. Boom! The God State avatar emitted a godly aura. The faces of the 3 patriarchs and the 5 sect masters turned pale with fright. The 8 of them all looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and said, "This is my God State avatar. If I add my own skills, even if Heavenly Emperor Jun comes, I can still fight him. We are willing to serve Young Master as our master, and we swear to follow Young Master to death." The 3 great clan leaders and the 5 great sect leaders looked at each other, then knelt down and kowtowed to Lin Feng. They were all old foxes, and now that Lin Feng had shown his strength, it was obvious that he had his own goals. Lin Feng's goal was also very obvious. He was waiting for them to submit. The 3 great clan leaders and the 5 great sect leaders chose to submit to Lin Feng without much hesitation. They had a better understanding of Lin Feng. Lin Feng was already so terrifying at such a young age, and now he even had a God State avatar. Lin Feng's rise was unstoppable. Now that they had submitted to Lin Feng, they were the first batch of elders to submit to Lin Feng. In the future, when Lin Feng became a supreme being, they would all become powerful. Their statuses would naturally rise as well. Lin Feng looked at the 3 great clan leaders and the 5 great sect leaders with satisfaction. These people knew how to judge the situation. Lin Feng said, "The 3 great clans and the 5 great sects have existed for a long time. So you should have good relations with many of the top factions in the ancient cities, right?" "Yes, each of our factions has dealings with many other factions," Shen Shizhong said. "All right, very good," said Lin Feng. "Go and contact those influential groups secretly. Try to win them over. We will definitely do this well. We won't disappoint you, Young Master." The 3 great clan leaders and the 5 great sect leaders immediately said, "All right." Lin Feng nodded and said, "You can go back. Send someone to spread the news and completely ruin Peng Mosu's reputation. We will take our leave now." The 3 great clan leaders and the 5 great sect leaders left. After they left, Lin Feng went to the courtyard. When he saw the ancient tree that looked like a dragon, his lips curled into a faint smile. "Interesting. How many places in the exiled world will be under my rule?" Lin Feng muttered to himself. Lin Feng had started to cultivate his own faction in the exiled world. This was only the first step. The next step was to expand his faction and even conquer the world. Lin Feng wasn't doing this for no reason. Lin Feng was expanding his territory because he was about to break through to the God realm. The demon lord had told Lin Feng that God realm cultivators could absorb the power of faith. The more power of faith one absorbed, the faster one's cultivation would improve. Then, how could he absorb the power of faith? Of course, he had to build a temple. He had to place his own statue in the temple. Then, countless people would go to the temple to worship, pray, and make wishes. This was the power of faith. Once he broke through to the God realm, he would be able to continuously absorb the power of faith. A long time ago, when Lin Feng had heard the words temple and power of faith from the demon lord, he had already started planning to build a temple. But in the past, his cultivation had been too low and he hadn't been able to conquer the world. He hadn't had his own territory, so naturally, he hadn't been able to build a temple. Now that Lin Feng's strength had increased, it was time to start building a temple. I think the 12 leaders don't know how to absorb the power of faith, so they haven't built their own temples. That's an ability that only the gods of the ancient times could master. However, I've learned how to absorb the power of faith from the demon lord. In the future, whenever I go to a place, I'll build a temple. At that time, the power of faith will be continuously produced. My cultivation will increase rapidly. As long as I have enough faith, I might be able to reach the giant god realm and then break through to the great emperor realm. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but mutter to himself. Chapter 1432. Actually, it would be extremely difficult for Peng Mosu to break through Black Rock City's defenses even if he borrowed troops to attack it. Lin Feng's array was too powerful. Therefore, it was impossible for Black Rock City to be covered in blood and millions of corpses to appear. The reason why Lin Feng helped the 3 patriarchs and 5 sect masters to force Peng Mosu away was because Lin Feng didn't want to expose himself yet. Once this battle erupted, he would definitely be exposed in advance. At that time, Celestial Archjune would be on guard. When Lin Feng expanded his territory, he would encounter great resistance. Therefore, now was not the time to fall out with Celestial Archjune. Lin Feng's plan was to expand his power as soon as possible. When his power expanded to a certain extent, he would no longer have to fear Celestial Archjune. If Lin Feng could control dozens of ancient cities, he would be able to form his own region. At that time, Lin Feng would have already formed the climate. Celestial Archjune wanted to stop Lin Feng's rise, but he couldn't. Lin Feng was no longer doing things based on his own likes and dislikes. Instead, he was doing things for the bigger picture. The 3 great families and 5 great sects began to send people to spread the news that Peng Mosu had colluded with Jin Wushu to kill the experts of the 3 great families and 5 great sects in Black Rock City. This matter immediately caused a huge uproar in the Tianzhou region. Many ancient cities in the Tianzhou region had some tricks up their sleeves. There would even be battles between the ancient cities. However, this was behind closed doors and belonged to their own families. The Great Sun region was another power. Moreover, the relationship between the Great Sun region and the Tianzhou region had always been tense because of the competition for resources. Peng Mosu's collusion with the Great Sun region was extremely vile. There were 12 regions in the Great Exiled World. In fact, these 12 regions were equivalent to 12 incomparably huge empires. The ancient cities within the empires were equivalent to feudal vassals. Peng Mosu's collusion with Jin Wushu of the Great Sun region was equivalent to treason. After this matter spread, things went smoothly beyond everyone's expectations. The 5 deputy region masters were already very dissatisfied with Celestial Archjune constantly stripping them of their power. Now, Celestial Archjune's people actually spread the news that he had colluded with Jin Wushu of the Great Sun region to kill the cultivators of Black Rock City. This gave the 5 deputy region masters a chance to counterattack. The 5 deputy region masters grabbed onto this matter and refused to let it go. They wanted to investigate it thoroughly. On the surface, they were targeting Peng Mosu, but in reality, they were targeting Heavenly Emperor June. The battle between the upper echelons had always been a way to kill without spilling blood. Any power struggle between the upper echelons of any force would inevitably be accompanied by violent clashes. It was just that this kind of collision was not clear to outsiders. Peng Mosu didn't think that the 3 great clans and the 5 great sects would dare to expose this matter. He would be offending the domain, Lord, Heavenly Emperor June. After knowing this, Peng Mosu's face was extremely gloomy. Gather the army, I want to flatten Black Rock City. Peng Mosu's face was extremely gloomy. Young Lord, news has come from Tianzhou City that the 5 vice leaders are making an issue out of it. We have to go back to Tianzhou City and take care of it. Heisher City's affairs have to be put aside for now. The old servant beside Peng Mosu said, Will my father be disappointed in me this time? Peng Mosu said with an ugly expression, No, the region ruler has always loved you, young master. The old servant said, Very few people knew that Peng Mosu was the son of the domain lord, Heavenly Emperor June. The old servant was one of the insiders. This Peng Mosu was the illegitimate son of Heavenly Emperor June. Heavenly Emperor June's mother was a cultivator prostitute. The so-called cultivator prostitutes were female cultivators who had a certain level of strength but became prostitutes. There were many such female cultivators because they also needed resources for their cultivation. However, it was too difficult for many rogue cultivators to obtain resources. Selling one's body in exchange for a large amount of money was the easiest way to earn money. Cultivator prostitutes were exactly the same as the women who came out to do that job in society. She was beautiful and came out to do that job. All she did was sleep with men. The money she earned in a year was more than what she earned in decades. Naturally, there were countless beautiful women who fell for the sake of money. Back then, when Heavenly Emperor June was gathering with the other domain lords, he once got drunk and had sex with a cultivator prostitute who was drinking with him. Heavenly Emperor June was quite awesome. He shot that female cultivator prostitute and gave birth to Peng Mosu in the end. However, this kind of thing could be said to be a scandal. After all, what kind of woman could Heavenly Emperor June not get? His son was actually born with a cultivator prostitute. If this spread out, he would be ridiculed. Therefore, Peng Mosu's identity had never been revealed. When Peng Mosu heard the old servant's words, he was slightly relieved. He looked indifferent as he said, Let the people of Black Rock City live for a while longer. Once this matter is resolved, I'll make sure that they die without a grave. Peng Mosu did not stay any longer. He directly returned to Sky Continent City with the old servant. Lin Feng's days seemed to have returned to normal. He cultivated every day. Lin Feng had been waiting for the people from the Mercenary Association to find him. He was now more worried about Zhou Shijun and little Yao Yao. However, the Mercenary Association did not have any news about them. This made Lin Feng have a bad premonition. However, he could only wait. The Mercenary Association's information network was very wide. If there was no news about them, it would be even more difficult for others to find out. 10 days later, there was news that Peng Mosu was temporarily stripped of all his duties. He was then imprisoned to wait for further investigation by the Law Enforcement Hall. Black Rock City would soon have a new city lord. Now, many people were talking about who this new city lord would be. That night, Yun Jie came to Lin Feng's place. She wore a long white dress that accentuated her tall, charming, and sexy figure. Her beautiful face was full of provocation and temptation. 9 snow-white fox tails swayed back and forth. A woman from the 9-tailed fox clan was full of charm that men would find hard to resist. "Why are you here at this time?" Lin Feng asked. "What, am I not welcome here?" Yun Jie smiled. Looking at the charming Yun Jie, Lin Feng suddenly felt a strong desire. In this kind of night, he should find an extremely beautiful woman and enjoy the most exciting and blood-boiling thing between a man and a woman. Lin Feng's right hand wrapped around Yun Jie's slender waist. Yun Jie had not expected Lin Feng to be so bold. She struggled a few times, but to no avail. She allowed Lin Feng to embrace her and caress her body. Lin Feng's right hand moved down until it touched Yun Jie's foxtail. Yun Jie's body immediately went limp in Lin Feng's arms, and she began to pant. "You can't touch there." Yun Jie's voice trembled as she spoke. Lin Feng smiled. "Is this a sensitive part of your body?" Yun Jie's eyes were like silk, and she nodded with a red face. Lin Feng became even more presumptuous, stroking Yun Jie's foxtail back and forth. Yun Jie's body began to tremble violently. Her face was flushed red. Yun Jie was clearly aroused. Lin Feng took Yun Dai in his arms and walked towards the room. Chapter 1433. The new city lord had finally arrived. The upper echelons of the 3 great clans and 5 great sects went to welcome the new city lord. What surprised everyone was that the new city lord was actually a woman, and a very beautiful one at that. The new city lord was called Wonren Muyue, and she was the eldest daughter of the Wonren clan. The Wonren clan was one of the 5 great powers in the Tianzhou region other than the Jun family. Wonren Muyue's father was also one of the 5 deputy region lords. Now, Wonren Muyue could be the new city lord of Blackrock City. In a sense, this should be a compromise by Heavenly Emperor Jun, Ancient Rock City. This was one of the ancient cities that Peng Mosu wanted to borrow troops from. Ancient Rock City was also one of the cities closest to Black Rock City. These ancient cities that were closer to each other were usually hostile because of the competition for resources. Perhaps this was one of the reasons why Peng Mosu could borrow troops. However, the news of Peng Mosu colluding with Jin Wushu disrupted Peng Mosu's plan with the upper echelons of Ancient Rock City. In the end, it led to the failure of sending troops. The 12 regions of the Great Exiled World were all ruled by the region lords. However, the various ancient cities in the 12 regions were actually divided. The region lord had the right to send a new city lord, but whether or not the city lord could control the ancient city, or whether or not the city lord's authority would be taken over by the various factions in the ancient city, would depend on the city lord's ability. Even the various region lords could not help with this matter. Many ancient cities had extremely powerful forces, so the region lords could not interfere with the power struggle between the city lords and the ancient city lords. This was because doing so would cause all the ancient city forces to resist. At that time, if they angered everyone, the region lord would probably not be able to continue being the region lord. After all, some of the top forces in the various regions had ways to fight against the gods. Even someone like Heavenly Emperor Jun would be very afraid. If all the ancient cities rebelled against the region lords, it would not be difficult to overthrow the region lords under the leadership of those top forces. Therefore, this was the fundamental reason why the 12 region lords looked at the various ancient cities and ignored them. Cultivation was the most important thing for cultivators. After all, it was different from the secular imperial power. It did not matter if it was a centralized power or an independent regime, as long as these ancient cities offered a large number of tributes every year. No matter what happened in these ancient cities, the 12 region lords would turn a blind eye. The city lord of ancient Rock City was called Zhuge Ming. This person's identity was not to be underestimated. This was because Zhuge Ming's third uncle was one of the 5 deputy clan lords. However, although Zhuge Ming was the city lord of ancient Rock City, he could not compete with the 3 great clans. Ancient Rock City lord was controlled by the 3 clans, and these 3 clans were all subordinate to the region lord was Heavenly Emperor Jun. This was one of the reasons why Peng Mosu was able to borrow soldiers from ancient Rock City when he wanted to attack Black Rock City. All important orders in ancient Rock City were negotiated by the 3 patriarchs of ancient Rock City. Currently, the patriarchs of ancient Rock City's 3 great clans were gathered together to discuss matters regarding Black Rock City. I heard that the eldest daughter of the Wunren clan has gone to Black Rock City to take up the position of city lord. The 3 clans and 5 sects of Black Rock City even dare to offend the region lord. Lu Li, the patriarch of the Lu family, said, "It's still very possible." Zhang clan Lord Zhang Tongyu nodded. Li clan Lord Li Yutian said, "However, I heard another piece of news. It's said that the 3 clans and 5 sects have an expert behind them. They're secretly contacting some ancient cities that are on good terms with them. They seem to be trying to convince them to stand on the same side. I don't know how they did it, but 5 or 6 ancient cities' higher-ups have already gone to Black Rock City. I think they're going to visit that mysterious expert." Lu Li's expression sank. If that's the case, then ancient Rock City might be in danger. After all, ancient Rock City and Black Rock City have never been on good terms. We should report this news. The region lord will definitely make a decision. Zhang Tongyu said. Li Yutian and Lu Li nodded. All right, let's not delay any longer. We'll write a secret letter to report this matter to the region lord. I'm afraid the 3 of you don't have time to write this letter. At that moment, a faint laugh came from the room. In the next moment, a young cultivator walked out of the void. Who are you? The 3 clan lords' expressions sank. Didn't you guess that there's an expert behind Black Rock City? I'm not talented, but I'm... The young man smiled. It was Lin Feng's clone. It's you. The 3 clan lords' expressions suddenly changed. I'll purify all of you. Lin Feng's clone stepped forward in the room and raised his right hand. A powerful purifying power surged out and enveloped the 3 clan lords. A terrifying divine aura emanated from Lin Feng's clone. God, realm expert, don't purify us. We're willing to submit. The 3 clan lords' voices trembled. I'm sorry. The order I received was to purify you, not to accept your surrender. Lin Feng's clone smiled indifferently. The purifying power produced by the Great Purification Technique surged into the 3 clan lords' bodies. Soon, the 3 clan lords were purified by Lin Feng's clone. Greetings, Master. The 3 clan lords knelt down and bowed to Lin Feng's clone. Very good. Soon, someone will come to Ancient Rock City to act as the liaison between Ancient Rock City and Black Rock City. Lin Feng's clone said indifferently. Then, he disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng sent his clone out to conquer the ancient cities that he could. If he couldn't, he directly purified the upper echelons of the ancient cities. Lin Feng was probably the only one who was qualified to use such a technique, because Lin Feng had practiced the Great Purification Technique, a peerless consummate skill. The Great Purification Technique was too overbearing. Once someone was purified, they would be loyal to him. Thus, he didn't need to launch a large-scale war to expand his territory. Lin Feng's territory was expanding rapidly and silently. However, there was no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. When Lin Feng gained control of the 49 ancient cities, the domain lord, Heavenly Emperor Jun, found out about this. When Celestial Emperor Jun found out, he was furious. Celestial Emperor Jun's anger wasn't without reason. There were only 127 ancient cities in the Tianzhou region. As the region lord, Celestial Emperor Jun could get 60% of the wealth that the ancient cities offered every year. The other 5 deputy region lords' clans could get 30%. The other 10% was shared by the other major powers in Tianzhou City. But now, the 49 ancient cities had been silently taken over by someone else. This was almost half of the ancient cities in the Tianzhou region. The amount of wealth that the 49 ancient cities offered every year was astronomical. Celestial Emperor Jun wanted to tear Lin Feng into pieces when he saw the huge wealth that originally belonged to him being taken away. The 5 major powers that didn't deal with Celestial Emperor Jun were also furious because they had also lost a lot of wealth. Celestial Emperor Jun had always been a strong person. He personally went to Black Rock City to kill Lin Feng. Celestial Emperor Jun was very clear that as long as he killed Lin Feng, the huge force that Lin Feng had built would automatically disintegrate. All the ancient cities would still be in his hands. Chapter 1434. When Celestial Emperor Jun arrived in Black Rock City, he didn't conceal his aura. A terrifying killing intent swept across the area. Celestial Emperor Jun is here. Countless people in Black Rock City looked at Celestial Emperor Jun flying over. The defensive barrier of Black Rock City had been activated. Celestial Emperor Jun stood above Black Rock City and said indifferently, "Lin Feng, you can come out and die now." Lin Feng flew out of the city and stood in the air, looking at Celestial Emperor Jun. Heavenly Emperor Jun was surrounded by divine light. He was like a supreme divine king looking down at the heavens. "Are you the only one who came?" Lin Feng smiled at Celestial Emperor Jun. "I can kill you alone. Are you ready to die?" Celestial Emperor Jun looked indifferent. "It's hard to say who will kill who." Lin Feng smiled coldly and waved his hands. But violent fluctuations spread out as dense array runes intertwined in the void. "Great array." Celestial Emperor Jun sneered. "I have done a lot of research on great arrays. Don't you think it's ridiculous for you to display your slight skill in front of me? My deployment spells can't be compared to the deployment spells you've seen," said Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled indifferently and controlled the great array to attack Celestial Emperor Jun. The dense runes seemed to have turned into the laws of heaven and earth as they swept towards Celestial Emperor Jun. "Break!" Celestial Emperor Jun shouted, trying to tear the runes apart. However, Celestial Emperor Jun failed. He was shocked. He hadn't expected the runes to be so powerful. Lin Feng released a clone of the godly layer. He was holding the imperial weapon, the 9 demon pictures at the core of the array. The clone wielded the great desolate war spear and cooperated with the great array to attack Celestial Emperor Jun. The great array was activated, and billions of killing lights surged towards Celestial Emperor Jun. The 9 demon pictures flew out. The clone wielded the great desolate war spear and attacked Celestial Emperor Jun. Celestial Emperor Jun's expression sank. He hadn't expected Lin Feng to have so many tricks up his sleeve. Heavenly Emperor Jun took out a heavenly halberd. He wielded the heavenly halberd and swept it towards the attacks released by the array. But at this time, the Immortal Realm clone had already rushed over with the great desolate war spear. Heavenly Emperor Jun's expression was indifferent. The Fangtian halberd pierced through the void, stabbing towards the deity realm avatar. Clang, clang, clang. The 2 supreme treasures collided with each other, creating a clanging sound. After all, the deity realm avatar was only at the third heaven of the void god realm. There was a huge difference between his realm and Heavenly Emperor June's. The god realm avatar was sent flying by Heavenly Emperor June. "I will destroy your deity realm clone." Heavenly Emperor June's voice was indifferent. He leaped out, and the halberd shot out endless destructive power towards the deity realm clone. The power of this attack was too terrifying, and it was enough to instantly destroy the godly realm clone. However, at this moment, the 9 demons' portrait descended from the sky and swept towards Heavenly Emperor June, Imperial armament. Sensing the aura of the 9 fiend diagram, Heavenly Emperor June's expression sank slightly. He had to give up attacking the avatar. Instead, he swept his gaze towards the 9 demons painting that was suppressing him. He had just swept the 9 fiend diagram away. At this moment, Lin Feng controlled the array to condense a real dragon, Phoenix, Qilin, Bai, and other divine beasts to attack Heavenly Emperor June. Heavenly Emperor June was indeed powerful. Under the attacks of the deity realm avatar, the 9 fiend diagram, and the array, he was not injured at all. However, after fighting for 6 hours, Heavenly Emperor June did not even see the shadow of Lin Feng's original body. He did not know where Lin Feng had hidden himself. Heavenly Emperor June's expression turned gloomy. Moreover, the long battle had caused him to be exhausted. Heavenly Emperor June felt that it was not a good idea to continue fighting like this. He should temporarily leave the array. At this moment, Lin Feng displayed his burning wrath of the heavens. The 3 heavenly flames were compressed into a 3-colored ball of light. Lin Feng took out the ball of light and threw it towards Heavenly Emperor June before it exploded. Bang! After the explosion of the tricolored fireball, it produced an energy that could destroy heaven and earth. Even the void was blasted apart. At the center of the explosion, Heavenly Emperor June's roar shook the sky. When the energy dissipated, Heavenly Emperor June appeared. At this moment, Heavenly Emperor June's clothes were torn and his body was drenched in blood. He looked extremely miserable. Heavenly Emperor June could not wait to tear Lin Feng into pieces. However, after being injured, Heavenly Emperor June was worried that Lin Feng would have other tricks up his sleeve. In the end, he chose to retreat. He tore apart the array set up by Lin Feng and quickly left. Even Heavenly Emperor June was injured. Wenren Muyue, who was in the city lord's residence, was shocked. She knew clearly how strong Heavenly Emperor June was. Now, Heavenly Emperor June was injured by Lin Feng. This was simply unbelievable. Wenren Muyue knew what it meant to have Heavenly Emperor June injured. This meant that the 12 domains of the Great Exiled World would become the 13 domains of the Great Exiled World. The Great Exiled World would have a 13th domain lord. Young Master is invincible. Long live Young Master. The cultivators in Blackstone City let out earth-shattering cheers. The fact that Heavenly Emperor June had escaped after being injured greatly boosted the morale of the cultivators in Blackstone City. Heavenly Emperor June is really powerful. I used all my means and even used a great array, but I only managed to injure him. Although he looks miserable, his injuries are not serious. At most, they are only light injuries. It won't be easy to kill him. Lin Feng frowned. He landed in the ancient city. As soon as he landed, Wenren Muyue came to Lin Feng. Lin Feng had interacted with Wenren Muyue a few times. She was very wise and thoughtful. Sometimes, Lin Feng couldn't understand what Wenren Muyue was thinking. "City Lord Wenren, is there something you need from me?" Lin Feng looked at Wenren Muyue and asked. "Maybe we can talk about cooperation," said Lin Feng. Wenren Muyue said with a smile. Lin Feng said, "Your Wenren clan is Heavenly Emperor June's ally now. They want to fight me together. You can't even protect yourself now. What qualifications do you have to talk about cooperation? Lin Feng gently pinched Wenren Muyue's snow-white chin. This woman had a hot body and a beautiful face. Lin Feng did not mind teasing this beautiful woman. Wenren Muyue smiled and said, I know you are very ambitious. I think you don't just want Tianzhou, you want other regions as well. You need the support of the strongest forces. Forces like the 3 clans and 5 sects of Blackstone City can't help you much. You need the help of a top force like the Wenren clan. In this world, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal benefits. Besides, we haven't started a war with young master yet. Lin Feng gently caressed Wenren Muyue's beautiful face and smiled. Is the Wenren clan trustworthy? Of course. Wenren Muyue smiled. Lin Feng took his hand back and said, What do you think I should do next? Seize the opportunity to expand my territory? What do you think? To be able to take control of so many cities in such a short time, I think you must have cultivated the legendary Great Purification technique. You must have directly purified the upper echelons of those cities, right? Wenren Muyue looked at Lin Feng with her beautiful eyes. You're really a smart woman. Lin Feng frowned slightly. That's a good way to expand your influence. If I can think of that, so can the other leaders. They're paying attention to every single move of the Tianzhou region. Besides, they're worried that you'll use the same method to deal with them. If you do that, you'll become the target of public criticism. Have you ever thought about that? Wenren Muyue said. Lin Feng said, I feel like you can read my mind. You've thought of everything I've thought of. I even like you a little now. Wenren Muyue smiled charmingly. It's my honor to be able to make you like me. Do you have a plan for the next step? Lin Feng said, the Great Purification technique is too overbearing. If I continue to use it like this, it'll be just as you said. The 12 domain lords will probably work together to get rid of me, so I can't continue using the Grand Purification technique. Otherwise, I'll bring disaster upon myself. Actually, I only used the Grand Purification technique before because I wanted to gain a firm foothold in a short period of time. Now that I've gained a firm foothold, there's no need to continue using it. After pausing for a few seconds, Lin Feng continued, the other leaders want to see Tianzhou become chaotic. The more intense the battle between Tianjun and I is, the happier they'll be. If both of us get injured, the other leaders will come and take a share of the profits. As long as I don't use the Great Purification technique to expand my territory, the other leaders won't join hands to kill me. They're all sly old foxes. They'll just watch the show. During this time, I need to accumulate strength and find an opportunity to kill Tianjun. Jun Tiandi is a divine fire layer cultivator. It won't be easy to kill him. Wenren Muyue said, I have a way to deal with him. Lin Feng said. Wenren Muyue looked at Lin Feng in a daze. The man in front of her was shrouded in mystery. His calmness and confidence seemed to come from his bones. Wenren Muyue felt that the man in front of her was a mystery. She wanted to know everything about him. Chapter 1435. There was a reason why Lin Feng was so confident in dealing with Celestial Emperor Jun. He had already ordered people to build temples in the various regions under his rule. Lin Feng now controlled 49 ancient cities. Beneath each ancient city, there were many kingdoms. Each city ruled over hundreds or even thousands of countries. How many temples could he build in those countries? Very quickly, the news of Lin Feng building temples in the regions under his rule spread throughout the great exiled world. What? Lin Feng is building a city? He's building temples for himself? Why is he so fond of grandiose achievements? Many territorial lords couldn't help but frown when they heard about this. They were waiting to see Lin Feng, and Celestial Emperor Jun fight to the death. They were waiting for Lin Feng and Celestial Emperor Jun to be injured so that they could go to Tianzhou to get a share of the loot. But now, Celestial Emperor Jun had returned to Tianzhou City. No one knew what he was planning. As for Lin Feng, he was building temples for himself. It seemed like he was no longer interested in fighting Celestial Emperor Jun. Why is this kid so shameless? Temples are built by the people to express their gratitude to the gods. Now, he's building so many temples for himself. Not only is he fond of grandiose achievements, but he's also very good at deceiving people. Now that he's building temples, he'll probably start singing praises and deceiving people to go to the temples to pray for blessings. Many region lords shook their heads. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the region lords to receive new news. Someone brought out a list of praises for Lin Feng and showed it to the region lords. Pangu created heaven and earth. Niuhua created all living beings. The ancient holy emperor created civilization and enlightened the people. Now, there's a true cultivator of might and virtue, the incarnation of the heavenly Tao. His surname is Lin, and his name is Feng. He controls the Tao of the heavens and illuminates the world. The true cultivator of might and virtue cares about the people of the world. If the people of the world are troubled by hunger, cold, poverty, pain, illness, or other problems, they can go to the temples and pray sincerely. If they are sincere, there will be miracles. Shameless? How shameless? How could he compare himself to Pangu, Niuhua, and the holy emperors? How could there be such a shameless person in the world? Even I blushed when I saw this. When some of the domain lords saw the announcement praising Lin Feng, they only read a tenth of it before they couldn't bear to continue reading. They all pointed to the sky and scolded Lin Feng for being shameless and shameless. My lord, it seems like Lin Feng doesn't want to continue fighting with Heavenly Emperor Jun. What should we do now? Many subordinates of the territorial lord raised similar questions. Humph, if we don't fight, how can we plunder the resources of the Tianzhou region? We must let them fight to the death, and both sides suffer. However, this matter cannot be rushed. Heavenly Emperor Jun is a cautious person by nature. Lin Feng is a person who enjoys grandiose achievements. In my opinion, we can send people to Lin Feng to continue fanning the flames. Doesn't he want to build a temple? Let him expand his territory. That way, he'll be able to build more temples. Some of the domain lords sneered. F***CK. Who wrote this announcement? Fuck, it's so mushy. It's comparing me to Pangu and Niuhua, but it's not bad. Lin Feng braced himself and finished reading the announcement. However, it still felt good to be praised. Young master, the Wunren City Lord wishes to see you. The maid came to Lin Feng's residence. Now, Lin Feng had moved to a new courtyard. There were many servants and maids there. The most important thing was that he had to deal with a lot of things. There were many people coming and going, so there were a lot of servants. Let her in, said Lin Feng. Let her in, said Lin Feng. After a short while, Wenren Muyue came to Lin Feng's residence. She grumbled, right now, the 49 ancient cities and the kingdoms ruled by the 49 ancient cities are all busy building your divine temples. Many people are saying that you're too ambitious, and rumors are spreading everywhere. I don't understand why you're building so many divine temples. Lin Feng smiled. There's a reason for the temples. Do you know what faith is? Cultivators don't care about faith. They only care about benefits, said Wenren Muyue. Yes, you're right. But not all cultivators have no faith. In this world, some people lack faith. It's like they lack motivation to live. Establishing a temple is to establish faith for them, said Lin Feng. Faith? Is that what you mean by faith? Wenren Muyue frowned. That's right. Faith in me. Lin Feng's eyes were twinkling. There are 40,000 countries under the control of the 49 cities. There are trillions of people living there. How many of them are cultivators? Not even 1 in 10 million. What does that mean? It means that there are too many ordinary people. The environment in the exile world is so bad that ordinary people can't even eat. Did you know that? Now, I'm going to build a temple so that they can have faith. Then, a miracle will descend. Ordinary people will be able to eat, and if they fall ill, there will be people who will treat them. They will have faith in their hearts, and they will have faith to continue living. Do you think I'm trying to be grandiose? I didn't think that you would build a temple for the poor commoners. I've misunderstood you. I apologize, said Lin Feng. Wenren Muyue felt embarrassed. She shouldn't have misunderstood Lin Feng's good intentions. Lin Feng smiled. Many people misunderstand me now. When the temples are built and the miracles happen, ordinary people will be able to eat. They won't starve to death or be eaten by ferocious beasts. They'll be able to live in peace and contentment. Then everyone will understand my good intentions. Wenren Muyue nodded. I'm sure everyone will understand you. When the time comes, they'll worship you even more. Lin Feng smiled. I'm not doing this for people to worship me. I'm doing this because I want to do something practical that can truly help ordinary people. After a pause, Lin Feng asked, How are things with your family? Someone will come to see you very soon. Wenren Muyue said. All right. Lin Feng nodded. Wenren Muyue didn't stay with Lin Feng for long. She bid him farewell and left. In Lin Feng's territory, temples began to be built one after another. Then statues of gods began to be made for Lin Feng. Coupled with the incessant propaganda and singing praises, many commoners in the secular world swarmed into the temple and began to pray and make wishes. At night, Lin Feng began to circulate the limitless spirit returning technique he had obtained from the demon lord. The supreme and everlasting godly skill could help Lin Feng absorb faith strength. We pray for the great, mighty, enlightening, true monarch to bless us with good weather this year, so that we can have a good harvest. Your Majesty, our town has been attacked by monsters. Many people have been killed. We've been displaced and have become refugees. Many people have starved to death. Please, Your Majesty, show us your spirit and help us kill those monsters. Help us take back our home. Lin Feng circulated the limitless spirit returning technique 36 times. Suddenly, countless voices resounded in Lin Feng's mind. They were the voices of ordinary people praying in the temples. Chapter 1436. All kinds of miracles began to appear in Lin Feng's territory. The homeless people saw a god in their dreams. That god told them that the monsters had been killed. They could return to their towns and cities and rebuild their homes. In their dreams, a god shrouded in golden light told them that when they woke up the next day, they would be able to see food. They would also be able to get a share of the fields. In the future, they would no longer have to endure the cold and hunger. The sick people who were about to die also dreamed of the same god. That god told them that if they slept, they would be fine the next day. When the displaced people returned to their hometowns that had been occupied by the monsters, they found that the monsters had been killed. They could rebuild their hometowns. When the hungry people woke up, they found a large amount of rice and grain piled up in front of their doors. There were also land deeds for farmland. The sick people who were about to die woke up the next day and recovered completely. The appearance of the mighty and virtuous true Lord who saves all beings spread quickly. More and more people went to the temple to offer sacrifices and worship. They made wishes and prayed for blessings. An endless stream of faith energy was produced. The faith energy was absorbed by the godly realm clone. Lin Feng's main body was still at the sixth heavenly layer of the rebirth realm, so he could not absorb the faith energy. However, the godly realm clone was at the third heavenly layer of the nihility god realm, so he could naturally absorb the faith energy. The godly realm clone's cultivation improved very quickly. In just half a month, he broke through from the third heavenly layer of the nihility god realm to the fourth heavenly layer of the nihility god realm. It should be known that many gods could cultivate for tens of thousands of years without breaking through a single realm. But now, the godly state clone was able to make a breakthrough in just half a month after absorbing the power of faith. What kind of shocking cultivation speed was this? Faith power really is incredible. No wonder there were so many experts in the primeval age. The cultivators of the primeval age knew how to absorb faith power. So when they broke through to the godly level, they built temples to absorb faith power. Of course, their cultivation base advanced quickly. But after the chaos of the primeval age, millions upon millions of years passed, and the method to absorb faith power was lost. The current gods can't compare to the gods of the primeval age in terms of cultivation speed. And it's rare to find a god who can break through to the heavenly god or giant god level. Lin Feng couldn't help thinking. He summoned the 3 patriarchs and the 5 patriarchs of the 3 clans and 5 sections. They were in charge of the manifestation of these miracles. To cultivators, creating miracles was naturally a very simple matter. Reincarnation. And a dream could be done with just an illusory realm. As for hunting ferocious beasts, summoning clouds and rain, distributing food, and so on, it was a trivial matter to cultivators. But in the eyes of mortals, these things were miracles. You did a good job. Everyone will be rewarded, said Lin Feng. Lin Feng raised his right hand, and 8 bottles of pills flew towards the 3 patriarchs and the 5 patriarchs. This is a godly medicinal pill. It'll be very beneficial for your cultivation, said Lin Feng. Said Lin Feng. What? Godly pills? Thank you, Prince. The 8 patriarchs were overjoyed, and they immediately thanked him profusely. At night, the vixen Yun Jie came to Lin Feng's place again. Ever since Lin Feng had carried her to his room and done some indescribable things, she hadn't appeared in front of Lin Feng for quite some time. Perhaps it was because she was shy. Although Yun Jie was a vixen, she was actually very conservative. This could be seen from her expression on the bed that day. Lin Feng hugged Yun Jie's hot body and asked, "Did you miss me?" "Hey, hurry up and let go. I came to find you because I have a serious matter to discuss." "Don't touch me." Yun Jie struggled lightly. "Whatever serious matter it is, we'll talk about it later." Lin Feng smiled wickedly and tore Yun Jie's clothes to shreds. He then carried her into the hot spring and took a bath together. The feeling was indescribably wonderful. Vixens and humans were different. Perhaps this was the charm of a foreign land. Experts constantly came to join Lin Feng. Some experts suggested that Lin Feng continue expanding his territory. It would be best if he could kill Celestial Emperor June in one fell swoop. Lin Feng guessed that the experts who came to join him were probably spies sent by the other region masters. However, he didn't point it out. Lin Feng said perfunctorily that he planned to go into seclusion in a few days and attack Celestial Emperor June as soon as he came out. The spies were overjoyed and even congratulated Lin Feng in advance for his successful seclusion. Lin Feng named the territory he ruled the Dragon Gate region. The Dragon Gate region was the 13th region of the exiled world. It ruled over 49 ancient cities. The establishment of the Dragon Gate region caused a huge uproar. Countless people were talking about it. However, what puzzled everyone was that Celestial Emperor June didn't do anything. It was as if he had tacitly agreed to the establishment of the Dragon Gate region. On this day, the Mercenary Association sent someone to find Lin Feng. Lin Feng met an elder of the Mercenary Association. After the elder arrived, he found out that the young master who had entrusted the mission to the Mercenary Association was actually the current region master of the Dragon Gate region, Lin Feng. After seeing Lin Feng, the elder of the Mercenary Association hurriedly bowed to Lin Feng. "No need for formalities. Sit down and talk." Lin Feng said, "Thank you, Region Master." The elder of the Mercenary Association replied and stood up from the ground, half sitting on the stool. Lin Feng asked, "Is there any news about Zhou Shijun and little Yao Yao?" "Region Master, our Mercenary Association has indeed found out some secret information. The Mr. Zhou Shijun you mentioned was originally a direct descendant of the Zhou family. However, a few hundred years ago, the Zhou family was massacred overnight. I heard that the Zhou family was related to the Moon Emperor in the primordial era." Lin Feng had heard about the Moon Emperor after coming to the exile world. He raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "Moon Emperor? Such an ancient figure?" The elder of the Mercenary Association nodded and said, "Yes, the Zhou family has a long history, but they gradually declined. The Moon Emperor led the cultivators of the various great powers of the exile world to resist the invasion of the alien world. Although he managed to defeat the alien world's invaders in the end, he was severely injured and died. He had a daughter who wasn't even 2 years old, and she was sealed in stone before the great battle. Before the Moon Emperor died, he entrusted his daughter to the Zhou family." "It's sealed in the stone? Daughter? Could it be little Yao Yao?" Lin Feng frowned slightly. He calmly asked, "Why was the Zhou family annihilated?" "Someone wanted to cultivate the God-transforming tree to bear God-transforming fruits, but they needed a powerful bloodline to irrigate the God-transforming tree. An emperor's bloodline would be the best. But even if they didn't have an emperor's bloodline, they needed a quasi-emperor's bloodline. The Moon Emperor's daughter had a quasi-emperor's bloodline. Those people heard that the Moon Emperor's daughter was still sleeping in the stone, so they destroyed the Zhou family in order to capture her and use her blood to cultivate the God-transforming tree." The elder of the Mercenary Association explained. "What? There's such a thing?" Lin Feng suddenly stood up, his expression extremely ugly. He was now guessing that little Yao Yao was most likely the Moon Emperor's daughter. Otherwise, those people wouldn't have chased after Zhou Shijun until now. It was obvious that they hadn't been able to find the Moon Emperor's daughter when the Zhou family was annihilated, so they had been searching for Zhou Shijun's whereabouts. And now, little Yao Yao was very likely to have been captured by those people. Didn't that mean that those people were using little Yao Yao's blood to cultivate the God-transforming tree? When he thought of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel waves of killing intent rise in his heart. Chapter 1437. "Area Leader, are you all right?" Seeing Lin Feng's ugly expression, the Mercenary Association's elder asked in a low voice. Lin Feng took a deep breath and said, "I'm fine." "So, do you have any accurate information now?" The Mercenary Association's elder said, "We heard that there's an auction in the ancient city of Chaos in the Chaos region. A God transformation fruit will be auctioned there, but we don't know if the fruit was grown with the blood of the Moon Emperor's daughter." Lin Feng continued asking, "Who are these people you're talking about? What kind of power are they?" "They're called the Divine Dark Tower. It's a terrifying power. Even the other 12 area leaders are afraid of them." The Mercenary Association's elder said. When he mentioned the Divine Dark Tower, the Mercenary Association's elder's face showed a trace of fear. Even though he was talking about the Divine Dark Tower behind their backs, he was still terrified. It was obvious just how powerful and terrifying was this Divine Tower of Darkness. Do you know where the Divine Dark Tower is? Lin Feng asked. I'm not sure, but it's said that the headquarters of the Divine Tower of Darkness is most likely in the Chaos region, because the Chaos region is the most chaotic place in the entire world of exiles. There are countless evil people there, and all kinds of influential groups there. It's the easiest place to hide. The Mercenary Association's elder said. Lin Feng nodded and said, All right, thank you for telling me. You're too polite, area leader. It's part of my job. The Mercenary Association's elder hurriedly said. Tianba, come in for a moment. Lin Feng shouted. Chu Tianba walked in. Lin Feng said, Prepare a place for him to rest and give him some money. Yes, master. Chu Tianba nodded in agreement. Then I'll take my leave. The Mercenary Association's elder cupped his fists and left. After the Mercenary Association's elder left, Lin Feng paced back and forth in the main hall. Little Yao Yao's cute appearance couldn't help but appear in Lin Feng's mind. The little girl clutched the corner of his clothes and didn't say a word. She looked at him anxiously and didn't want him to leave. But now, she had been captured by the Divine Dark Tower. Her blood had been used by the Divine Dark Tower to irrigate the Divine Transformation Tree and nurture the Divine Transformation Fruit. Thinking of this, Lin Feng felt extremely pained. How could these people be so deranged, not even letting go of a little girl who was not even 5 years old? Since those people want to use Yao Yao's blood to grow the Huashan tree, I don't think they'll kill her directly. They'll only use a part of her blood each time, and then wait for her to recover. I have to go to the region of chaos to find Yao Yao. I have to find her. Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. The Dragon Gate region could not be without a ruler. Therefore, Lin Feng did not tell everyone that he would be leaving the Dragon Gate region for the time being. He told the outside world that he was going into seclusion for a period of time. At the same time, he sealed the room where he was going into seclusion. Nobody was allowed to enter. If anyone tried to barge in, they would be attacked by the deployment spell. At the same time, Lin Feng told Chu Tianba to stay outside and prevent anyone from entering his seclusion room. That night, Lin Feng left without making any sound. Not long after Lin Feng left, someone came to see Celestial Emperor Jun in the Celestial Emperor Palace of Tianzhou City. It was Wang Tianyi, a Taoist priest of the Celestial Mysteries sect. He was the one who had deduced the location of the magic lotus. Taoist priest Wang, what brings you here? Asked Celestial Emperor Jun when he saw Wang Tianyi. My master wants to see you, said Wang Tianyi. Celestial Emperor Jun was startled and said, Your master? Since when did you rely on someone else? He. Since when did I rely on you? You don't need to worry about me. I came here today because I want to cooperate with you to kill someone. A sinister voice was heard. Then the magic lotus flew out of Wang Tianyi's body. So it's the magic lotus, a sacred item of the Celestial Demon clan. You're just a remnant soul residing in the magic lotus. You think you're qualified to cooperate with me? I'll kill you today, and the magic lotus will be mine. Celestial Emperor Jun sneered and slapped the magic lotus. The magic lotus spun in the air and collided with Celestial Emperor Jun's attack. Both sides were evenly matched. Celestial Emperor Jun frowned. Ha. The outside world is saying that my cultivation has fallen and that there's nothing to be afraid of, right? Mose Tianzuan laughed loudly. My luck is really good. After escaping from the Great Sun Plains, I found an ancient tomb and found a large amount of divine pills left behind by a god. After consuming them, I recovered a lot of my strength. Now, I'm going to take revenge on those who attacked me. This Wang Tianyi is the first person I'm going to take revenge on. He's already been refined into a voodoo doll, and is now a walking corpse. He can only listen to my orders. Refined into a voodoo doll and can never reincarnate. It's a fate worse than death. You're really vicious. Celestial Emperor Jun narrowed his eyes and looked at Mose Tianzuan. We're the same. You're not a good person either, said Mose Tianzuan. How about we join forces and get rid of Lin Feng? Join forces with you? I've heard about what happened in the Great Sun Plains. The Golden Crow Sage joined forces with you, but was tricked by you. His clone, which he painstakingly refined for hundreds of thousands of years, was killed because of you. Do you think I'll believe you? Celestial Emperor Jun couldn't help but sneer. The situation was different back then, at that time. Even if I joined forces with the Golden Crow Sage, I still wouldn't be a match for Lin Feng and the Howling Moon Wolf King. Naturally, I had to find a way to escape. Now, it's different. My cultivation has increased. If we join forces, we can definitely kill Lin Feng. Mose Tianzuan said, Lin Feng is hiding in Blackrock City. He's an expert in formations. How can we kill him? Celestial Emperor Jun frowned and said, Celestial Emperor Jun had obviously agreed to join forces with Mose Tianzuan to kill Lin Feng. He's already left Blackrock City. Mose Tianzuan said, Oh, left Blackrock City? How do you know? Even the people I've planted in Blackrock City haven't heard about that. Celestial Emperor Jun frowned. That little boy stole my 9 Demons painting. It's a precious treasure of the Tian Mo clan. Even though it's been stolen, I can still sense the chi of the 9 Demons painting. Therefore, I can tell you for sure that little boy has already left Blackrock City. This is a good opportunity to kill him. Mose Tianzuan said, If it's really as you say, then that little boy is committing suicide by leaving Blackrock City. Celestial Emperor Jun's eyes were filled with killing intent. There's no time to lose. Let's go and kill him. Mose Tianzuan said, All right, this time we'll definitely kill Lin Feng. Celestial Emperor Jun's eyes were filled with killing intent. The magic lotus tore open space, and Mose Tianzuan, Celestial Emperor Jun, and Wang Tianyi entered the magic lotus. Then the magic lotus tore open space and left quickly. The empty palace regained its calm. Chapter 1438. The chaotic field was much more chaotic than Lin Feng had imagined. When he arrived at the chaotic field, he discovered that there were murders and robberies everywhere. If he wasn't careful, he could be killed by someone. The chaotic field was a place where evil gathered. Thieves and demons ran rampant. Most importantly, there were many so-called righteous people in the chaotic field who could turn into murderous demons in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng was resting in a small town. At the same time, he was inquiring about the way to the ancient city of chaos. The ancient city of chaos was a place where countless evil people gathered. Many famous villains wanted by the outside world were hiding in the ancient city of chaos. There was a rule in the banished world. No matter what kind of heinous crimes one committed outside, as long as one could enter the ancient city of chaos, they would be protected. If one dared to chase after someone, they would suffer the wrath of the ancient city of chaos. The divine transformation fruit will be auctioned in a month. Right now, more and more experts are going to the chaotic field to bid for the divine transformation fruit. The divine tower of darkness is actually willing to take out the divine transformation fruit. I don't know what they are planning. I heard that the divine tower of darkness cultivated 3 divine transformation fruits this time. One of them was stolen. I'm guessing that this divine transformation fruit is very likely the one that was stolen. Lin Feng was eating in a restaurant when he heard some cultivators talking. He was very surprised. Someone was actually able to steal the divine transformation fruit from the mysterious divine tower of darkness. Who was it? If it was someone from the Divine Tower of Darkness who stole it, it wouldn't be too difficult. But if it was an outsider, then this person wasn't simple at all. No matter what the reason is, the Divine Tower of Darkness will definitely appear in the Divine Tower of Darkness. And the person who auctioned the Divine Transformation Fruit will definitely appear in the ancient city of Chaos. At that time, I just need to catch one of them, and I'll know the location of the Divine Tower of Darkness. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. After eating, Lin Feng inquired about the route to the ancient city of Chaos. After asking around, he found out that if he wanted to go to the ancient city of Chaos, he would have to pass through the poisonous forest. And in the poisonous forest, vicious beasts ran rampant. Furthermore, there were all kinds of poisonous creatures in the area. Entering the area was simply a matter of 9 chances of survival. The most terrifying thing was that within the Poison Fog Forest, there was an extremely terrifying power called the Poison Rose Mercenary Group. No one knew the name of the leader of the Poison Rose Mercenary Group, but everyone called her Poison Rose. It was said that the woman was so beautiful that she didn't seem to belong to the mortal world, but she was ruthless and vicious. She killed without blinking. Therefore, the most frightening thing when passing through the Poison Fog Forest was not encountering attacks from ferocious beasts or poisonous creatures. Instead, he encountered the Poison Rose. If one wanted to pass through the dangerous Poison Fog Forest, they would usually take a flying ship. Spaceships had strong defensive capabilities, and the owners of the spaceships were familiar with the routes. Of course, one could choose to pass through the Poison Fog Forest on their own. However, the Poison Fog Forest was filled with danger. There was poisonous gas everywhere, and many places had formed natural illusion arrays. It was very easy to get lost after entering. Therefore, most cultivators chose to travel through the Poison Fog Forest by flying ships. The safety factor was also higher. After resting for a night in the town, Lin Feng went to the town square the next day. There were many spaceships parked there. Each flying ship could hold about 10,000 cultivators. The cost of riding the spaceships was not cheap. Each person had to pay 1,000 gold coins. After paying 1,000 gold coins, Lin Feng entered the spaceship. At this time, a female cultivator asked Lin Feng if he needed a private room. There were different private rooms, and different private rooms had different fees. The price of a private room also ranged from a few thousand gold coins to a few 100,000 gold coins. Lin Feng spent 10,000 gold coins to book a medium-sized private room. This private room was about 10 square meters in size. There was a bed, a praying mat, a table, and some fruits, snacks, and tea. After entering the private room, Lin Feng closed his eyes to rest. The spaceship quickly took off and entered the Poison Fog Forest 2 days later. While the spaceship was flying through the Poison Fog Forest, one could hear the roars of beasts from time to time. On the 3rd day, the spaceship was attacked by ferocious beasts. It was a dense pack of 4-winged wolf bats. These bats were about 1.5 meters long. They had the head of a wolf, the body of a bat, and sharp claws. The overwhelming number of 4-winged wolf bats began to attack the spaceship. Ignite the firestone cannons. The captain of the spaceship gave the order. The firestone was a very special type of stone. Its temperature was extremely high. Once it came into contact with the air, it would explode, causing an extremely strong killing power. This firestone cannon was rather similar to the spirit stone cannon in the Sky Martial Continent. Boom, boom. The firestone cannon shot out a dense number of firestones. The firestones exploded in the group of 4-winged wolf bats. In an instant, many of the 4-winged wolf bats were blasted into pieces. A large number of 4-winged wolf bats fell from the sky. Not long later, the 4-winged wolf bats were all dead. The rest of the 4 winged wolf bats let out unresigned roars, but they did not dare to continue attacking the spaceship. In the end, the group of 4 winged wolf bats flew far away. The spaceship increased its speed and flew deeper into the forest. But after flying for a few miles, a 3,000-meter tall mountain suddenly turned into a stone giant. The stone giant let out an earth-shattering roar. In the stone giant's hand, there was a gigantic stone axe. The stone giant smashed the axe towards the spaceship. Clang! The power of the axe was too great. The spaceship was directly split open from the middle. Many cultivators did not even have time to react before they were smashed into meat paste. Abandon ship! The captain shouted with a gloomy expression. The surviving cultivators quickly flew out of the cabin. More than 3,000 of the 10,000 cultivators had just died, and there were still more than 6,000 left. Many of them did not show any fear when they saw the stone giant. Instead, their faces were filled with ferocity. It's a stone golem that has become a spirit. Attack together, kill it, and snatch the stone golem's source. Many cultivators roared as they charged towards the stone giant. Lin Feng could not help but sigh, as expected of the Chaos Domain. The cultivators here were much more valiant than the cultivators from other domains. Thousands of cultivators charged towards the stone giant. A huge battle broke out, and the stone giant killed 400 to 500 cultivators. However, there were many cultivators, and under their combined efforts, the stone giant's soul was killed. The stone giant's huge body began to collapse, turning into a pile of rubble. The stone giant's source was floating in the air. Who dares to snatch it from me? I'll take your life. Many cultivators shouted as they rushed towards the source energy left behind by the stone giant. Whoosh, whoosh. However, at that moment, a dense rain of arrows shot out from the forest. The arrows were even denser than the rain during a heavy downpour. Moreover, those arrows were magical arrows and were extremely powerful. Moreover, the arrows were dipped in poison. Plop, plop. Many cultivators were directly shot to death, although some cultivators were only injured because the arrows were dipped in poison. Those injured cultivators were quickly poisoned to death. It's the Blood Rose Mercenary Group's poison arrow group. We're surrounded, quickly break out. The captain's face turned pale, and his voice trembled as he shouted in fear. Hearing the name Blood Rose Mercenary Group, many people were so scared that their legs trembled. Lin Feng looked into the distance and saw an enchanting woman wearing a black veil. She sat on a white bone throne and looked at the thousands of cultivators who were surrounded with interest. Chapter 1439. The Poison Rose. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. It was rumored that this woman was so beautiful that she didn't belong to the mortal world. Lin Feng didn't know what she looked like. After all, the Poison Rose was wearing a veil, so he couldn't see her face. However, he was sure that she had a very sexy body. Asterisk swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Asterisk after the first wave of arrows, the second wave came. Lin Feng had to be careful when facing these poisonous arrows. Although he had the immortal divine body and could recover from any serious injuries, the immortal divine body couldn't do anything. However, the immortal divine body couldn't detoxify the poison. As the arrows rained down, clouds of dark green fog surged out from the forest. It was the poisonous gas released by the Poison Rose Mercenary Group. After seeing the poisonous gas, Lin Feng quickly took out a detoxification pill and ate it. When the dense rain of arrows came, Lin Feng raised a dermic power light shield around his body and blocked all the arrows. However, Lin Feng found that the dermic power light shield couldn't stop the poisonous gas from corroding his body. The poisonous gas penetrated the dermic power light shield. Then, as if it had a life of its own, the poisonous gas drilled into Lin Feng's body. The detoxification pill couldn't detoxify the poison that entered Lin Feng's body. Something's wrong. This poison is too terrifying. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. Ah! At that moment, miserable screams came out one after another. The dense crowd of cultivators was poisoned to death by the poisonous gas. Even if they weren't poisoned to death, they were killed by the arrows. I can't stay here for long. If too much of this poison enters my body, it'll be troublesome. Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. He soared into the sky and flew away. Many cultivators tried to break out of the encirclement, but they were all killed. Some people saw Lin Feng break out of the encirclement, and a dense rain of arrows shot towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng waved his hand. Dermic power surged. The arrows that were shot towards him were all destroyed. At this time, all kinds of magic treasures flew out and attacked Lin Feng. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt a wave of dizziness in his head. He knew that the poison that had invaded his body before was starting to take effect. Lin Feng hurriedly circulated the heavenly fire to suppress the poison in his body. Under the suppression of the heavenly fire, Lin Feng felt a lot more comfortable. His spirit also recovered a little. Then, he raised his right hand and slapped at the mercenaries in the forest. A huge energy handprint condensed in the void. The energy palm descended from the sky, instantly shattering the numerous magic treasures. Hurry up and run. Many mercenaries cried out in fear. However, it was already too late to escape. The energy palm slammed down. Hundreds of mercenaries were smashed into meat paste. After killing hundreds of mercenaries, Lin Feng glanced at the thousands of cultivators who were trapped. He found that everyone was dead. The poison released by these mercenaries was too powerful. Even someone as powerful as Lin Feng was poisoned. Not to mention the other cultivators. In just a dozen breaths of time, the entire army was annihilated. This was the cruelty of the world of cultivators. Lin Feng was already used to it. He quickly rushed into the distance and instantly rushed out of the encirclement of the Poison Rose mercenary group. Then Lin Feng began to use the heavenly fire to refine the poison that had invaded his body. You killed so many of my Poison Rose mercenary group's people. Where do you think you're going? At this time, the white bone throne quickly flew over. Poison Rose sat on the white bone throne like a high and mighty empress, coldly looking at Lin Feng. *TCH. I don't have the time to play with you right now. Don't provoke me. Otherwise, I'll strip you naked and fuck you 100 times. Lin Feng fiercely glanced at Poison Rose's hot body. There are many people who want to do my Poison Rose. Who do you think you are? Poison Rose coldly snorted. This woman's words were also quite valiant. As soon as Poison Rose finished speaking, she suddenly slapped the white bone throne with her right hand. Suddenly, a grayish-brown gas rushed out of the white bone throne. The grayish-brown gas turned into a huge skull. The skull was more than 1,000 meters tall. It opened its bloody mouth and spat out clouds of poisonous gas. It was a poisonous gas that was as black as ink. Within the poisonous gas, there was actually a poison spirit. The poison spirit let out a low growl. Poison of all evils. 10,000 evil poison. The poison spirit roared as it charged towards Lin Feng. *CK. Other than playing with poison, what else can you do? If you have the ability, fight me one-on-one. Lin Feng quickly retreated. Poison Rose snorted. Since I can poison you to death, why should I fight you? Poison me to death. Are you daydreaming? Lin Feng disdainfully twitched his mouth. He stepped on the 8 directional worlds, and 8 illusory worlds appeared beneath his feet. He rushed off into the distance at an incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared without a trace. Poison Rose was furious. "If I want to kill someone, no one has ever been able to escape. You're no exception." Poison Rose controlled the White Bone Throne and quickly chased after Lin Feng. After flying for an hour, Lin Feng finally managed to get rid of the poisonous rose. He found a secluded cave and sealed it with a deployment spell. Then, he sat down cross-legged and started to refine the poison in his body. The poison these mercenaries had was too terrifying. If a god was poisoned, he would probably die. Lin Feng used his heavenly fire to refine the poison in his body. A full 6 hours passed. Lin Feng finally managed to refine the poison in his body. He could finally take a deep breath. After coming out of the cave, Lin Feng flew towards the depths of the poison fog forest. Only after passing through the forest could he reach the ancient capital of chaos. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Suddenly, a dense swarm of insects emerged from the ground. Each insect was about the size of a thumb. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the insects were actually fiery red ants. Fire ants! Lin Feng sucked in a cold breath. He had only heard of these ants before, but he had never seen them before. Fire ants were the royalty of the ant race. It was said that even heavenly fire couldn't kill them. A fire ant's poison was enough to kill a dragon. In front of him was a dense swarm of fire ants. He didn't know how many there were. Seeing so many fire ants charging at him, Lin Feng was shocked. Without thinking, Lin Feng used his 8 directional worlds to rush into the distance. There were too many fire ants, and it was difficult to deal with them. After shaking off the fire ants, Lin Feng finally let out a long breath. The poison fog forest was truly dangerous. Even he felt a sense of danger. "Found that brat. Kill him." Suddenly, a sinister laugh came from the distance. More than 1,000 mercenaries of the Poison Rose mercenary group flew over. These people directly released the dark green poison from before, and at the same time shot numerous poisonous arrows at Lin Feng. They wanted to take Lin Feng's life. Facing the poison and arrows, Lin Feng waved his right hand, and monstrous magic power swept out. Suddenly, the poison was wrapped up by magic power, and then Lin Feng stored it in a spatial porcelain bottle. He might be able to use it in the future. The poisonous arrows were all broken by Lin Feng's magic power, and then they fell from the sky into the forest. Immediately after, Lin Feng raised his right hand and punched the mercenaries who were surrounding him. More than 1,000 mercenaries of the Poison Rose mercenary group exploded, and they died on the spot. Poison Rose flew over from the distance. Seeing Lin Feng kill so many of her subordinates, she angrily screamed, "You bastard, I will tear you to pieces." Poison Rose directly released her white bone throne. The white bone throne became 1/2 meter tall, like an ancient mountain, and rushed towards Lin Feng. Chapter 1440. Although the white bone throne was powerful, Lin Feng's cultivation had already reached the level of a god or a devil. Facing the attack of the white bone throne, he was not afraid at all. Lin Feng took out the Great Desolate War Spear. He held the Great Desolate War Spear in his hand and used it as a stick, striking towards the white bone throne. Clang! The sound of a violent collision was suddenly heard. Lin Feng's attack fiercely hit the white bone throne, directly shaking it. He struck 12 times in a row. After 12 strikes, the white bone throne was sent flying by Lin Feng. Humph! Poison Rose could not help but snort coldly, her hands continuously forming seals. Seals after seals were sent into the white bone throne. Then a grayish-brown fog surged out of the white bone throne, once again condensing into a huge skull. Whoosh! The skull opened its mouth and spat out a deadly poison. Poison Rose wanted to use the same trick again, using poison to deal with Lin Feng. Ha 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 ha, Poison Rose, it's useless. Now that I've taken precautions, the poison has no effect on me. Lin Feng laughed and waved his right hand. Suddenly, a storm swept up in the void. The storm swept all the poison into the distance. Lin Feng followed the storm and instantly rushed in front of Poison Rose, thrusting the great desolate war spear towards her. You actually don't know how to be gentle with a woman. Poison Rose looked as if she was crying. She looked pitiful. Lin Feng suddenly felt his mind go blank. In his mind, there seemed to be a voice that was constantly seducing him. Put down the war spear in your hand and admire the beauty of the woman in front of you. The seductive voice reverberated in Lin Feng's mind, making Lin Feng feel like he was sinking. Something's wrong. Lin Feng's willpower was strong enough. Before he sank, he discovered that something was wrong and finally came back to his senses. By then, Poison Rose had already arrived before Lin Feng. A sharp dagger had appeared in her hand. With a light slash of the short blade, it tore through the void. Its power was truly formidable. Now, Poison Rose was swinging her dagger at Lin Feng's head. She wanted to cut off Lin Feng's head. The situation could be said to be extremely dangerous. Lin Feng seemed to be unable to dodge or even defend himself in time. Poison Rose's charming and beautiful eyes revealed a complacent and cold, killing intent. From Poison Rose's point of view, Lin Feng was dead for sure, right? Just as Lin Feng's head was about to be decapitated by Poison Rose's short blade, Lin Feng's body flickered. It was as though he had teleported, disappearing from Poison Rose's sight. Poison Rose's attack missed. Lin Feng used the heaven patching technique to dodge Poison Rose's attack. He could not help but break out in a cold sweat. It was too dangerous just now. If he hadn't broken through the illusion at the critical moment, his head would have already been separated from his body. Just a few words and a few actions almost made me lose myself. Your charm technique is really powerful. Lin Feng said, no matter how powerful the charm technique is, didn't you still see through it? But now, you won't have any more chances. As soon as Poison Rose finished speaking, she pointed at the white bone throne. Suddenly, the white bone throne began to decompose into 9 white bone creatures wielding bone blades. You really have a lot of tricks up your sleeves. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. Of course, when my 9 white bone creatures join forces, they even have the ability to kill gods. I would like to see how you block the attacks of 9 white bone creatures. Poison Rose sneered and cast thousands of spells with both hands. These spells all surged into the bodies of the 9 white bone creatures. In the deep eye sockets of the 9 white bone creatures, suddenly 9 clusters of pale green demonic ghost flames appeared. The ghost flames flickered violently. The 9 white bone creatures seemed to have their own lives. They split into 9 directions and rushed towards Lin Feng. Ha 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 ha, Poison Rose, you don't know how powerful I am. Today, I will let you know how I broke your 9 white bone creatures. Lin Feng laughed loudly. He took a step forward and started to circulate the ancient dragonesque elephant art. The dragonesque elephant, holy force supported him. Lin Feng immediately felt that the magic power in his body was like a broken river, surging and engulfing the heavens and earth. The second stage of the ancient dragonesque elephant art allowed Lin Feng to borrow a portion of the power that was scattered between heaven and earth after the fall of the dragon elephant sovereign. The more dragonesque elephant holy force Lin Feng could devour, the more powerful his fighting strength would be. The dragonesque elephant holy force that was roaming between heaven and earth was still continuously pouring into his body. Lin Feng's body was filled with an incredible strength which could destroy the earth and sky. With a loud shout, he held the great desolate war spear in his hand and swept through the army with one move. Bang, 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 9 consecutive strikes. The sound shook the heavens. There was a fierce collision. The 9 skeletons were all blown away by Lin Feng's attack. His fighting strength has increased tremendously. What kind of divine ability is this? Poison Rose's pretty face changed slightly. Although she was surprised, she did not stop attacking. She moved her divine thought and continued to control the 9 white bone creatures to attack Lin Feng. I can suppress ghosts, immortals, and Buddhas, but I have no obligation to tell you. Lin Feng looked indifferent and sneered. He used the 8 directional worlds and rushed out of the encirclement of the white bone creatures. In an instant, he arrived in front of Poison Rose and stabbed the great desolate war spear towards her. Pooh! The spear pierced through Poison Rose's body. However, Lin Feng felt that something was wrong. Sure enough, in the next moment, Poison Rose's body turned into a puppet that could die for her. Lin Feng turned his head to the left and saw Poison Rose step out of the void. However, her pretty face was very unsightly. Clearly, she had not expected Lin Feng to be so strong. She chanted an incantation, and the 9 white bone creatures turned into a white bone throne. She sat on the throne and coldly looked at Lin Feng before flying away, as if she wanted to escape. Lin Feng chased after her with the great desolate war spear. Don't you think it's too late to leave now? What? You want to kill me? If you want to kill me, let's see if you can catch up to me, said Du Rose, coldly glancing at Lin Feng. She then quickly ran away. The white bone throne was extremely fast and turned into a streak of light as it rushed into the depths of the poison fog forest. Lin Feng used the 8 directional worlds and chased after it. After Poison Rose and Lin Feng left, the mercenaries of Poison Rose mercenary group, who had been hiding in the forest, came out. Who is that guy? How can he be so terrifying? Even the leader is not his match. Yeah, he's too strong. He made us lose so many brothers. I can't wait to tear him to pieces. With your little cultivation, you should be lucky if he doesn't tear you to pieces. The leader left in the direction of the 10,000 Poisons Valley. It seems like the leader wants to lure him there. That guy doesn't understand the situation in the 10,000 Poisons Valley. Many mercenaries started discussing. Chapter 1441. The white bone throne flew quickly in the air. Poison Rose sat on the white bone throne, and from time to time she would raise her right hand and slap the white bone throne. Skeleton warriors would rush out from the white bone throne, bearing their fangs and brandishing their claws. These skeleton warriors were all illusions. They were either holding swords or sabers, holding all kinds of weapons as they rushed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng sneered, and the great desolate war spear swept forward. Bang! This attack landed on the skeleton warriors, and in an instant, the skeleton warriors shattered one by one. Lin Feng said, "Don't think about running. You won't be able to. If you know what's good for you, then obediently stop and let me see what you look like." I couldn't tell that you were actually a stinky hooligan, Poison Rose sarcastically said. Lin Feng said, "Even if I am a hooligan, please don't casually add the word stinky, okay? I bathe every day, and I don't stink at all." Poison Rose could naturally tell that Lin Feng was teasing her. Thus, Poison Rose couldn't help but snort coldly and no longer pay attention to Lin Feng. Instead, she increased her speed to the limit and rushed towards the depths. Lin Feng said, "Why do you have to run away pointlessly? In the end, won't you still be caught by me? Everyone says that you are so beautiful, that you don't seem to be a woman of the mortal world. Right now, I want to see what you look like." "If you want to see what I look like, then you'll have to see if you have the ability to do so." Poison Rose sneered, and then she took out a spatial porcelain bottle. From the spatial porcelain bottle, a dense number of poisonous insects flew out, covering the sky and covering the earth as they pounced towards Lin Feng. When those poisonous insects pounced towards him, Lin Feng immediately took out the heavenly fire. The heavenly fire burned. A large number of poisonous insects were burned to death, and those that were not burned to death fled without a trace. Lin Feng said, "No matter how many tricks you have, it will be difficult for you to escape from my grasp today. When I catch you, I will carefully examine you. If you are really as beautiful as the outside world says, I don't mind taking you in as my personal servant." Poison Rose was furious. She was the high and mighty leader of the Poisonous Rose mercenary group, who was feared by everyone. She was like an empress who held great power over life and death. In Poison Rose's opinion, men only fit to live under her feet. Lin Feng actually dared to say that he wanted to take her as his personal maidservant. Now, Poison Rose couldn't wait to tear Lin Feng into pieces. Poison Rose suppressed the anger in her heart and looked coldly at Lin Feng. However, she did not say anything and rushed towards Zhang Ji. Finally, Poison Rose saw a valley in the depths. That valley was the famous Myriad Poison Valley. The Myriad Poison Valley was an extremely terrifying place. Not only was it densely covered in restrictions, it also contained potent poison. Once trapped, one would either be poisoned to death or killed by the restrictions. Back then, Poison Rose had entered this place to collect the poison of all evils and refine her poison spirit. However, he had taken the risk to enter the 10,000 Poisons Valley and had nearly died there. In the end, he was lucky enough to escape. It was also that experience. By chance, Poison Rose had grasped a portion of the restrictions in the valley. Therefore, Poison Rose wanted to lure Lin Feng into the valley while she quickly left the valley. This way, Lin Feng would be trapped in the valley. At that time, he would definitely die. Swoosh, Poison Rose turned into a stream of light and rushed into the valley. Immediately after, Lin Feng also chased in. The moment Lin Feng entered, Poison Rose activated a portion of the restrictions that she had grasped and attacked Lin Feng. This valley is called the Myriad Poison Valley. It is filled with potent poison. When I entered before, I had a slim chance of survival. However, I was lucky and survived. That time, my luck was really good. Although I almost died inside, by chance, I grasped a portion of the restrictions in the valley. Now that this portion of the restrictions has been activated, you can just wait to die here. Poison Rose couldn't help but say proudly. She controlled the white bone throne and rushed outside. But suddenly, dense threads wrapped around the white bone throne. Those threads were condensed by Lin Feng's great entanglement technique using his magic power. The white bone throne was instantly pulled into the restrictions. Poison Rose's pretty face changed. She raised her right hand and slapped towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Your attacks are weak. Let me capture you." Lin Feng used an ancient skill, Godly Finger, and broke Du Rose's attack. Then he quickly tapped on Poison Rose's body, and Poison Rose's magic power was immediately scattered. "You scattered my magic power." Poison Rose screamed, and her pretty face suddenly changed. Lin Feng's body was surrounded by heavenly fire, which blocked the invasion of the poison. However, Poison Rose was completely exposed to the poison, but she was still fine. Clearly, this was very unusual. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Your magic power has been scattered. You have no power to resist at all. Now, you are my prisoner." Lin Feng narrowed his eyes at Poison Rose and continued, "It seems that you have a very powerful antidote on you. You seem to be completely immune to the poison here." Humph! Poison Rose snorted coldly and didn't say anything. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Where did you put the antidote? Your chest is so swollen. Did you hide it here? Let me see." Lin Feng said as he reached his right hand into Poison Rose's clothes to search for the antidote. "It's not there. You can't do this." Poison Rose screamed in fright. Said Lin Feng, smiling, "You're a vicious woman, and surprisingly you're scared? How rare." Poison Rose gritted her teeth and said, "As long as you let me go, you can name any condition you want. I will agree to it." "Who said I'm letting you go? I want to take you in as my personal maid, but first I want to see what my personal maid looks like," Lin Feng said with a smile, and reached out to remove the veil on Poison Rose's face. Poison Rose quickly retreated and screamed, "If you dare to remove my veil, I will definitely kill you." Lin Feng pursed his lips and said, "You are already a prisoner, and you still dare to say that you will kill me? You're no longer the mercenary queen from before. You're just my personal maid now." Lin Feng hugged Poison Rose's small waist so that she couldn't struggle free. Then he removed Poison Rose's veil. When Lin Feng saw Poison Rose's face, he was stupefied. She looked like a celestial being. Lin Feng had seen too many beauties. However, among all the beauties Lin Feng had seen, in terms of appearance, Poison Rose was the most beautiful. Perhaps only the Empress could be compared to Poison Rose. The Empress was known as the #1 beauty in Tianmu University. Poison Rose's appearance was actually comparable to the Empress's. One could imagine how beautiful this face was. Seeing Lin Feng staring at her without blinking, Poison Rose immediately gnashed her teeth and shouted, "If you look again, I will gouge out your eyeballs. You actually dare to be so rude to your master. You are looking for a beating." Lin Feng coldly snorted. He slapped Poison Rose's perky buttocks. A paw sound was heard. It was very sensual. However, Poison Rose was in so much pain that she almost cried. She glared fiercely at Lin Feng. Chapter 1442. Why are you looking at me so fiercely? Are you not convinced? Do you believe that I won't do it on the other half of your butt? Lin Feng narrowed his eyes as he looked at Poison Rose's butt. This woman wasn't just beautiful. Her figure was also extremely hot. Just now, it felt pretty good. Poison Rose wanted to say, "Don't you dare." But as soon as she said the first word, she swallowed it back. She knew that Lin Feng wouldn't care about her threat. If she continued to threaten Lin Feng, but would be the one to suffer. "That's more like it. I like hearing about servant girls," said Lin Feng while smiling. His right hand was caressing the Poisonous Rose's waist. She had no excess fat at all. Although there was a layer of clothes between them, it didn't affect his touch. Poison Rose pushed Lin Feng away and quickly retreated a few steps, her face blushing. Lin Feng stopped teasing Poison Rose. Instead, he looked into the depths of the valley. He had a vague feeling that there was something wrong with this place. Lin Feng looked at Poison Rose and asked, "How much do you know about this 10,000 Poisons Valley?" Poison Rose didn't want to talk to Lin Feng, but she was worried that if she didn't reply, Lin Feng would tease her again. So she said coldly, "This is a forbidden area in the poisonous fog forest. There are many powerful deployment spells. The deeper we go, the more powerful the deployment spells become. The deeper we go, the more powerful the deployment spells become. The deeper we go, the more powerful the deployment spells become." Lin Feng couldn't help but scratch his chin. It seemed like the depths of the 10,000 Poisons Valley contained some incredible secrets. He continued asking, "How much do you know about the depths of Myriad Poisons Valley?" Poison Rose continued, "The 10,000 Poisons Valley is densely covered with restrictions, and it also contains a deadly poison. The deeper you go, the stronger the poison and the stronger the restrictions. In the deepest part of the valley, the void even cracks, and the power of space-time storms escapes. If a cultivator is caught in the power of the space-time storms, they will be instantly swallowed into the space-time cracks and die. That's why the deepest part of the valley has always been very mysterious, and no one has ever been able to explore it. Come with me and take a look, Lin Feng said. Poison Rose immediately shouted, I'm not going in. If I go in, I'll die. Lin Feng lightly patted Poison Rose's and said, I'm here, so what are you afraid of? Stay by my side, and I won't let anything happen to you. Her perky buttocks were attacked once again. Poison Rose glared at Lin Feng, her eyes seemingly spitting fire. She said viciously, Don't think I don't know what you're thinking by dragging me inside. Are you trying to use me as a shield when danger appears? In all honesty, I didn't think that way. I can't bear to use a beauty like you as a shield. Only a cold-blooded person would do something like that. Lin Feng said, It seems that not long ago, someone said that I have a heart of snakes and scorpions. Now that I think about it, you men are just a bunch of animals who think in the body of a lower being, Poison Rose mocked. You can't kill all men with one blow. You said that I'm an animal who thinks in the lower half of my body. Should I strip you naked now, and then do you 100 times to show you how powerful I am? Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at Poison Rose's delicate body. Poison Rose's face paled. She knew that she shouldn't continue mocking Lin Feng. Otherwise, she would be the one to suffer. She temporarily suppressed the anger in her heart and said, Don't you want to go in? I'll just follow you. Lin Feng nodded and took the lead in walking in. With a thought, Poison Rose's white bone, throne quickly shrank and entered her body. Although Poison Rose couldn't use her magic power. However, a high-level magic treasure like the white bone throne could change its size with a thought. It could also be retracted and used. It was just that without magic power, she couldn't release the power of the white bone throne. After keeping the white bone throne, Poison Rose followed Lin Feng inside. There were many moving restrictions floating in the air. The lethality of these restrictions was extremely strong. If one's body came into contact with these restrictions, it was very likely that one would die. However, to Lin Feng, dodging these restrictions wasn't difficult. Poison Rose quickly realized that something was wrong. How could Lin Feng pass through so many restrictions so easily? You're proficient in formations? Poison Rose said in shock. Through sensing Lin Feng's life aura, Poison Rose knew that Lin Feng was an extremely young cultivator. Being so young and having such a powerful cultivation already made her extremely shocked. However, Lin Feng was so familiar with formations. This made Poison Rose feel incredulous. After all, a person's energy was limited. For a young man in his 20s to have such a powerful cultivation and such a high level of proficiency in formations, it was indeed too unbelievable. Lin Feng smiled and said, What? You like me? Poison Rose sneered and said, I like you? I'm just a little surprised. Lin Feng said, Don't be curious about me, because that's the beginning of your fall. Poison Rose sneered and didn't say anything else. As they went deeper, it was just as Poison Rose had said. The poisonous gas became stronger and the restrictions became more terrifying. Lin Feng originally used the purple earth core fire to protect his body, but later found that a type of heavenly fire couldn't stop the poison from invading his body, so he took out the black flame god-burning fire. He didn't ask Poison Rose for an antidote. This woman was extremely good at using poison. Lin Feng didn't know much about poisons. Therefore, if Poison Rose had done something to the pills, Lin Feng wouldn't know. One had to be wary of others. This was especially true when dealing with women like Poison Rose. The slightest carelessness could cause one to fall into her trap. Finally, Lin Feng and Poison Rose arrived at the depths of Myriad Poison's valley. The valley stretched out, and the void cracked. Some of the smaller cracks were more than 10 centimeters long. Some of the bigger cracks were 5 or 6 meters long. The terrifying power of the space-time storm escaped from the void crack. Lin Feng took out the hurricane pearl and grabbed Poison Rose's slender hand. He felt that her hand was very soft and comfortable to touch. "Let go of me, you scoundrel!" Poison Rose struggled. Said Lin Feng, "I have a hurricane pearl in my hand. It can block the strength of the space and time storm. If I grab you, the hurricane pearl can protect both of us. If I don't grab you, you'll be instantly torn apart by the space and time storm. What do you think? Should I grab you or let you go?" "Humph." Poison Rose snorted but didn't struggle. She let Lin Feng grab her hand and walked deeper into the valley with Lin Feng. In the distance, they saw a huge, pitch-black cave appear in their line of sight. Large amounts of poisonous gas spewed out from the cave. The cave was deep, and they didn't know where it led to. Chapter 1443. The cave was deep and poisonous, emitting a cold and terrifying aura. Poison Rose said, "You're not thinking of going in to investigate, are you?" Lin Feng nodded. "That's exactly what I was thinking. This place looks dangerous. Going in might cause a lot of trouble." Poison Rose frowned. She didn't want to go in. "You can wait for me outside," Lin Feng said. Poison Rose could not help but roll her eyes. She grumbled, "It's so dangerous outside. There might be many terrifying wild beasts lurking around. I've already lost all my magic power. If I stay outside, won't I die?" Lin Feng said, "Then come with me. Be careful." He took the lead and walked into the cave. Poison Rose followed closely behind and entered the cave. The cave was very spacious, and the poison was still boiling. Poison Rose took out a few pills and swallowed them. They were most likely special antidotes. She had lived in the poison fog forest for a long time, so she had a deep understanding of poisons. These antidotes had been refined by her. "What do you think is the source of the poison here?" Lin Feng asked. Poison Rose said, "The birth of poison is related to many factors, and it's hard to say how the poison was produced here. However, I'm guessing that there's something extremely poisonous in this place, and that thing is the source of the poisonous gas." Lin Feng nodded. He was convinced by the Poisonous Rose's words. The two of them went deeper into the cave. Finally, they arrived at the deepest part of the cave. In the deepest part of the cave was a huge mountain. There was a dowel platform in the middle of the mountain. The poisonous gas was coming from the bottom of the dowel platform. "There's actually such a huge dowel platform here. Who built it?" Poison Rose couldn't help but exclaim when she saw the dowel platform. Lin Feng frowned. A dowel platform here was very strange. He walked up to the dowel platform and discovered that it was shaped like an 8 trigrams diagram. The 8 trigrams dowel platform is built here, and the poisonous gas below it surges. Could it be suppressing something? Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. Poison Rose looked at Lin Feng and asked, "You specialize in great arrays, so what do you think of this 8 trigrams platform?" Lin Feng said, "The 8 trigrams are revered as the core Tao of Taoism. The 8 trigrams can be combined at will, and each hexagram has a different interpretation. The 8 trigrams can be used to attack, to deduce the mysteries of the world, and even to suppress some powerful creatures." Poison Rose's heart skipped a beat, and she asked, "Are you saying that there might be a living being suppressed under the 8 trigrams Tao platform?" Lin Feng nodded. "That's indeed a possibility. What are you going to do?" Poison Rose asked. "Open it and see what's sealed inside," Lin Feng said. Poison Rose sighed and said, "I guessed that you would say that. You really don't care about your life. Have you ever thought that if the terrifying being suppressed inside is still alive, you and I will die here? Lin Feng said, I've already thought about it. This 8 trigrams Tao platform is a formation technique from the immemorial era of the Celestial Masters. This means that this 8 trigrams Tao platform was built by a Celestial Masters. Billions of years have passed, and the being suppressed inside should have been destroyed long ago. Even if it wasn't destroyed, its cultivation level should have dropped a long time ago, so I have nothing to fear. Poison Rose opened her mouth and said, You really are a meticulous person. It seems like you've seen through my plan to lure you to the Valley of 1,000 Poisons, right? Lin Feng smiled and said, I did have my suspicions, but I don't care. I know that you aren't my match, and the formation can't trap me. You're not modest at all. Poison Rose couldn't help but snort coldly. Lin Feng smiled and said, I'm just telling the truth. Now, step back. I'll break this 8 trigrams Tao platform. Poison Rose nodded and retreated to the periphery. Lin Feng walked up to the platform and started breaking the 8 trigrams Tao platform. The 8 trigrams Tao platform's inheritance was extremely complicated, obscure, and difficult to understand. If it were anyone else, it would be impossible for them to break the 8 trigrams Tao platform's formation. However, it wasn't difficult for Lin Feng to break the 8 trigrams Tao platform's formation. This was because he knew how to set up the 8 trigrams Tao platform's formation. After about 2 hours, Lin Feng successfully broke the 8 trigrams Tao platform's formation. The 8 trigrams Tao platform's formation emitted waves of divine light. An 8 trigrams Tao platform's formation was projected into the air. Then, the 8 trigrams Tao platform's formation began to spin rapidly. With every spin, the 8 formation cores, Qian, Kanzhen, Zhan, Kuan, Dui, Li, and Sun, would emit waves of destructive power. Crack! 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 Finally, the 8 trigrams Tao platform's formation shattered. The 8 trigrams Tao platform below also began to crack. Huff, huff, huff. After the 8 trigrams Tao platform cracked, an overwhelming amount of green gas surged out from the Tao platform. That green gas was actually highly toxic. Chi. That kind of highly toxic poison was too terrifying. Even the void was corroded. The void cracked open, and waves of space-time energy escaped from the cracked void. After seeing the power released by the highly toxic poison, Lin Feng was shocked. He couldn't believe his eyes. In this world, there was actually such a terrifying poison. Even the void was corroded by a highly toxic poison. Just how terrifying was this kind of poison? Lin Feng quickly retreated, looking at the highly toxic poison escaping from the cracked Tao platform. As time passed, more and more of the poison appeared. Roar! Suddenly, a deep roar came from within the poisonous fog. Next, Lin Feng and Poison Rose saw the rolling poisonous fog in the air turn into a bai, and baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, then a bai, and then a chisel. After a dozen beasts, it finally turned into an ugly human face. What the hell is this? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. Ha 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 ha. I never thought that I, the ancestor of all poisons, would see the light of day again. The ugly human face laughed eerily. Ancestor of all poisons? You're the ancestor of all poisons? The ancestor of all poisons who ruled the banished world in the beginning of the immemorial era? Poison Rose's face turned pale when she heard the words ancestor of all poisons. Chapter 1444. Ha 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 ha. Even after billions of years, my reputation as the ancestor of myriad poisons is still as resounding. The ancestor of myriad poisons laughed proudly. Who's the ancestor of myriad poisons? This is the first time I've heard of him. Lin Feng muttered. The ancestor of myriad poisons stopped laughing when he heard Lin Feng's muttering. He gloomily looked at Lin Feng and said fiercely, "Brat, do you know what you're saying? Are you saying that on purpose? Are you trying to piss me off? I won't fall for it. Ha ha ha. Damn, this guy is really a weirdo." Hearing the ancestor of myriad poisons' demonic laughter and confidence, Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes and say, "I've really never heard of you." The ancestor of myriad poisons sighed and said, "Brat, I really admire you. You can lie as if you're telling the truth. Don't worry, I won't blame you. I've always been magnanimous, so I've chosen to forgive you. Do you admire my magnanimity?" Lin Feng. Poison Rose, the ancestor of myriad poisons, continued to laugh as he yelled, "This ancestor is benevolent to the heavens, and since you let this ancestor out, this ancestor will give the two of you a chance. If you kneel on the ground and swear loyalty to this ancestor and become this ancestor's slaves, this ancestor will not only spare your lives, but if you follow this ancestor in the future, you'll be able to reach the peak of life." Lin Feng's face darkened. No matter how he looked at it, this guy who claimed to be the ancestor of myriad poisons was unreliable. Poison Rose had said that the ancestor of myriad poisons had once ruled over the exiled world. Lin Feng was starting to wonder if this part of history had been fabricated. Lin Feng planned to ask Poison Rose about the ancestor of myriad poisons' origins, so he turned to her and asked, "Who is this weirdo? Did he really rule over the exiled world?" Poison Rose said helplessly, "He did rule the banished world, but not for a long time. It's said that this guy was one step away from breaking through to the Emperor realm, but he was too cruel. He killed people without batting an eye. Under his rule, many places in the banished world were barren and desolate. The entire banished world was shrouded in an atmosphere of extreme despair. It's said that a powerful figure appeared and killed him. Now it seems that he wasn't killed, but suppressed here." Hey, what are you two doing? Why are you kissing each other in broad daylight? Aren't you too shameless? Do you think I'm air?" shouted the ancestor of myriad poisons, shouted Lin of myriad poisons, of myriad poisons, of myriad poisons, of myriad poisons, of myriad of myriad poisons, of myriad ancestor of myriad poisons, of myriad. Such a heavy blow had deeply stimulated him, and that was why he had become like this. "Let's leave quickly. This guy isn't easy to deal with. Even if we're trapped here for billions of years, we still won't be able to deal with him," Poison Rose whispered. "Let's go." The ancestor of myriad poisons sneered. "You want to leave? You think you can? Don't waste your time. You can't leave just because you want to. Since you don't want to become my slaves, I'll eat you." As soon as he finished speaking, the poison churned and sealed the cave. The ancestor of myriad poisons opened his bloody mouth and charged at Lin Feng and Poison Rose. He wanted to devour Lin Feng and Poison Rose in a single gulp. Lin Feng sneered. "You old fart, you want to devour us? Dream on." Old fart, old fart, the ancestor of myriad poisons roared in disbelief. "You dare call me an old fart? You're an old fart from the primordial era. All you have left is a clump of essence. Essence is energy, and energy is a kind of gas. If you're not an old fart, what are you?" Lin Feng pursed his lips. Poison Rose couldn't help but smile bitterly. Lin Feng actually dared to call the ancestor of myriad poisons an old fart. The ancestor of myriad poisons would probably fly into a rage now. However, something happened that left Poison Rose speechless. When the ancestor of myriad poisons heard Lin Feng call him an old fart, he didn't get angry at all. Instead, he shouted excitedly, "Wahaha! Old fart, that's a great name. It fits my current image perfectly. From today onwards, I'll be called Old Fart." When Lin Feng saw how excited the ancestor of myriad poisons was, he felt like vomiting blood. Not only was the ancestor of myriad poisons not angry, but he was also excited. Lin Feng was speechless. Similarly, Poison Rose was speechless. Before this, she had viewed the ancestor of myriad poisons as her idol. Poison Rose was an expert in using poisons. The ancestor of myriad poisons was the ancestor of all poisons. Moreover, he was the only poison cultivator who had once ruled over the exiled world. Poison Rose wasn't the only one who viewed the ancestor of myriad poisons as her idol. Many poison cultivators viewed the ancestor of myriad poisons as their idol. But now, after seeing the appearance of the ancestor of myriad poisons, their idol image instantly collapsed. The ancestor of myriad poisons shouted, "Brat, in order to thank you for giving me such a good name, old fart, I have decided to eat you right now." The ancestor of myriad poisons pounced over, opened his bloody mouth, and swallowed Lin Feng. Ancestor of myriad poisons, do you think I don't have a way to deal with you? This is no longer your era. Lin Feng sneered, waved his hand, and directly took out the golden dragon divine flames. The golden dragon divine flames turned into a huge golden dragon. The golden dragon's body was surrounded by flames. Roar! The golden dragon let out a low roar like a wild beast, and then pounced towards the ancestor of myriad poisons. Bang! The two sides collided. The moment the ancestor of myriad poisons came into contact with the golden dragon, sizzling sounds of burning could be heard. The poison coiling around the ancestor of myriad poisons' body was instantly ignited. Heavenly fire. This is heavenly fire. The golden dragon divine flames. You actually refined heavenly fire. The ancestor of myriad poisons cried out in horror. The ancestor of myriad poisons only had its origin left. The origin contained a part of the ancestor of myriad poisons' soul. Whether it was the origin energy or the soul energy, they were both darkness-type energy, and they were both gaseous. Flames countered darkness-type energy. Flames countered all kinds of gases. This was especially true for heavenly fire. No matter what kind of gas encountered it, it would ignite. It was the same principle as nourishing qi that was instantly ignited when it came into contact with flames. Thus, the ancestor of myriad poisons was completely suppressed by Lin Feng. That's right, this is the golden dragon divine flames, the ancestor of myriad poisons. Do you think you're a match for me? Lin Feng sneered at the ancestor of myriad poisons. Golden dragon divine flames. You're the area lord of the Dragon Gate region, Lin Feng. Poison Rose's beautiful eyes widened, and she looked at Lin Feng in shock. She hadn't thought that the person in front of her would be the famous person that countless people were talking about. Now that she knew Lin Feng's identity, Poison Rose found it difficult to calm down. At the same time, she felt incomparably bitter. No wonder she had lost to him. Unless a true god came, no one in the banished world would be qualified to be this guy's opponent, right? Chapter 1445. Brat, we have no grudges in the past, and we have no enmity today. There's no need for us to fight to the death, right? How about this? Let's each take a step back. You go your way, and I'll go mine. We'll mind our own business. The ancestor of poisons shouted. Lin Feng already had a good understanding of how shameless the ancestor of poisons could be. He coldly laughed as he said, "You wanted to eat me just then, and now you want me to stop? Dream on. Your source energy is very powerful, and if I refine your source energy, my cultivation might even increase." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng continued controlling the golden dragon divine flame to charge at the ancestor of poisons. The golden dragon spat out divine flames that filled the sky. The flames burned fiercely. Chi, 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 chi. The ancestor of poison's origin energy was constantly being eaten away by the heavenly flames. When the ancestor of poisons saw this, he was extremely terrified. He shouted, "Brat, you won't let me live. Today, I'll fight you to the death. Even if I lose my life, I'll drag you down with me." "Forget it. It's useless to say such vicious words in front of me. No one can save you today." Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He waved his right hand, and the black godburn flew out. The black flames enveloped the cave, covering the sky as they moved towards the ancestor of poisons. The black godburn. You've actually refined two types of heavenly flames. The ancestor of poisons' eyes were quite sharp. He recognized Lin Feng's second heavenly flame and roared in shock. Heavenly flames were flames that had formed before the creation of the world. There were only 72 types in total. Over the years, many of them had disappeared. During the immemorial era, it was very rare to see heavenly flames. Moreover, in the current era, the immemorial era, hundreds of millions of years had passed. Heavenly flames were even rarer. However, in this era, where heavenly flames had almost disappeared, Lin Feng had actually refined two types of heavenly flames. It was truly inconceivable. Poison Rose was also dumbfounded. Obviously, she was also shocked. Seeing how shocked the ancestor of all poisons and Poison Rose were, Lin Feng couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He thought to himself, "I've only brought out two heavenly flames, and you're already so shocked. If I bring out a third heavenly flame, what kind of expression will you have? Will he be scared half to death?" Of course, Lin Feng didn't plan to completely expose his trump card, so he didn't plan to use the third heavenly flame. Moreover, two heavenly flames were enough to deal with the ancestor of myriad poisons. There was no need to use a third heavenly flame. Now, under the assault of Lin Feng's two heavenly flames, the ancestor of all poisons was on the verge of collapsing. In truth, the ancestor of myriad poisons' current cultivation was extremely powerful. Lin Feng estimated that the ancestor of 10,000 poisons cultivation was around the 7th or 8th heavenly layer of nihility god realm. In addition, his origin source was the poison origin source. The ancestor of 10,000 poisons' origin source could turn into all kinds of poisons. Therefore, even Godfire realm powerhouses didn't dare underestimate the ancestor of all poisons. But so what if the ancestor of 10,000 poisons was powerful? Everything in the world had a natural counter. Now that Lin Feng was suppressing the ancestor of all poisons, no matter how powerful his cultivation was, he couldn't use them. The ancestor of 10,000 poisons watched as the heavenly flames continued to burn away his origin source. The ancestor of all poisons shouted, "Kid, negotiate! I want to negotiate with you." "Negotiate? I don't accept negotiations. Right now, I'm very interested in your origin source," Lin Feng said indifferently. The ancestor of 10,000 poisons shouted angrily, "A dragon in the shallows is being toyed with by shrimps, and a tiger in the plains is being bullied by dogs. If this had been the primordial era, when I was still a quasi-emperor, I could have killed a nobody like you with a single slap." Lin Feng cursed, "You're the shrimps, the dogs. Your whole family is shrimps. Your whole family is dogs. Go to hell to meet the king of hell." The two heavenly flames burned fiercely. The ancestor of 10,000 poisons found it very difficult to resist. Soon, the poison that had enveloped his origin source was completely burned away. Only the origin source was left. Under the heavenly flames burning, the origin source began to burn. The ancestor of 10,000 poisons shouted, "Kid, do you want to learn the 3,000 great Daos? I have a peerless technique here. Once you learn it, you'll be immune to all poisons, and you'll even be able to turn any substance into poison. Once you master this technique, you'll be able to kill people without them noticing." "Oh, It's that powerful? What kind of technique is that? Lin Feng asked. The Great Poison Technique, the ancestor of 10,000 poisons shouted. If you spare me, I'll teach you the Great Poison Technique. How about it? If I spare you, an ancient powerhouse like you will definitely have a way to quickly recover your strength. Isn't that the same as letting a tiger return to its mountain? Lin Feng sneered. Why don't I convert you and make you my slave? Wouldn't that be better? As soon as he finished speaking, he began to circulate the Great Purification Technique. An endless stream of purification power condensed. All of it surged towards the ancestor of 10,000 poisons' origin source. The Great Purification Technique, a Buddhist technique. It's one of the most evil techniques. The person being converted will become a walking corpse. Kid, you really aren't a good person. You actually cultivated an evil technique like the Great Purification Technique. The ancestor of 10,000 poisons roared furiously, resisting the Great Purification Technique's purification. Lin Feng sneered. Techniques aren't evil. It's just that people are divided into good and evil. My Great Purification Technique is meant to purify and benefit all living beings. I've never used it on good people. I only use it on evil people like you. Lin Feng sent out 36 palm strikes, trying to force the purification power into the ancestor of 10,000 poisons' origin source. However, Lin Feng discovered that he had failed. The ancestor of 10,000 poisons smiled. Although my cultivation has dropped, I'm still a quasi-emperor. It's impossible for you to use the Great Purification Technique to convert me. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow and dispersed the Great Purification Technique. He laughed and said, Ancestor of 10,000 poisons, as expected of an expert from the ancient era. It doesn't matter if I can't convert you. Now, I'll give you a chance to live. Submit to me, and I'll spare your life. Kid, you're dreaming. What right do you have to make a quasi-emperor submit to you? You're too shameless and self-righteous. Even if I have to sacrifice my life, I won't choose to submit. The ancestor of 10,000 poisons roared furiously. Ancestor of 10,000 poisons, you have to think this through. Everyone only has one life. You were trapped for millions of years, and your youth was wasted. You must have lived a life worse than death. It wasn't easy for you to come out. Are you really willing to die like this? Lin Feng shouted. The ancestor of 10,000 poisons' expression was gloomy. He naturally wasn't willing to die like this, but he would rather die than submit to Lin Feng. This was a matter of dignity. For an expert like the ancestor of 10,000 poisons, dignity was more important than life. Lin Feng continued shouting, Ancestor of 10,000 poisons, don't think that submitting to me is a wrong thing. Look, what kind of bloodline do you have? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng activated his 5 devouring martial spirits. His 5 devouring martial spirits merged into one. Lin Feng stood in the black hole and looked at the ancestor of 10,000 poisons. At that moment, his sovereign emperor's blood was awakening. You're a descendant of that race. The ancestor of 10,000 poisons trembled. He couldn't believe his eyes. Ancestor of 10,000 poisons, kneel on the ground and swear an oath to me. Lin Feng's voice was like a demon's or a god's. The ancestor of 10,000 poisons struggled for a moment, then turned into a handsome cultivator. He knelt on the ground and raised his hands to the sky as he swore, I, the ancestor of 10,000 poisons, am willing to submit to you. Through life and death, I will be loyal and devoted. If I violate this oath, may I be struck by lightning. After the oath was sworn, a rune flashed between the eyebrows of Lin Feng and the ancestor of 10,000 poisons. It was an oath rune, the ancestor of 10,000 poisons. a former quasi-emperor, had submitted to Lin Feng. Chapter 1446. 3 days later, Lin Feng, the ancestor of all poisons, and Poison Rose arrived at the ancient capital of chaos. The ancient capital of chaos was like a primordial beast resting on the ground, emitting a heavy and oppressive aura. The moment they entered the capital, people immediately stared at Lin Feng, the ancestor of all poisons and Poison Rose. The ancient capital of chaos was a place where the strong preyed on the weak. Without strength, there was no way to survive here. Lin Feng was too young, so it was inevitable that people would look down on him. The ancestor of all poisons also turned into a demonic young cultivator and deliberately suppressed his cultivation. This guy was clearly pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. As for Poison Rose, her magic power was sealed by Lin Feng, so she was no longer the mercenary queen of the past. Lin Feng's group was young, and they weren't very strong. Besides, there was a woman with an extremely hot body. Even though the poisonous Rose was wearing a veil which covered her beautiful face, everybody could see that she had a perfect body. Her face was breathtakingly beautiful. Ha! Little girl, come play with this master. This master will make you feel good to death. A fierce-looking cultivator, with a perverted smile, walked over. Lin Feng hugged Poison Rose's small waist and said with a smile, "This girl is mine. If we want to play, it should be me. Who do you think you are? Scram to the side." Poison Rose glared at Lin Feng and secretly reached out to pinch Lin Feng's waist. Lin Feng couldn't help but gasp. This place was a man's weak spot. Seeing Lin Feng's painful appearance, Poison Rose couldn't help but feel proud. But in the blink of an eye, Poison Rose's face turned red because Lin Feng's right hand, which was originally on her waist, was slowly moving down to her bosom. He wasn't polite at all, and was even rubbing it a few times. Poison Rose fiercely glared at Lin Feng, wanting nothing more than to bite this bastard to death for daring to take advantage of her like this. Lin Feng and Poison Rose were secretly competing with each other, but in the eyes of others, they were flirting. Many people showed expressions of envy and jealousy. The fierce-looking cultivator couldn't wait to enjoy the poisonous Rose. He sneered and said, "Little bastard, there's no woman I can't get." As soon as he finished speaking, the cultivator with a ferocious face slapped towards Lin Feng with his palm, while his other hand directly grabbed towards Poison Rose. Tang, who is a ruthless person, not only is he very strong, but he also has the Tang clan behind him. Now that he has taken a fancy to that woman, we won't have a share. Many cultivators shook their heads. Clearly, many people recognized this fierce-looking cultivator. Crack! Just as Tang, who was about to make his move, the ancestor of myriad poisons, who was standing beside Lin Feng, grabbed Tang Hu's wrist and said with a smile, "Grandson, you even dare to offend our young master? Have you eaten a bear's heart or a leopard's gall?" Courting death. Tang Hu shouted angrily. He was just about to kick the ancestor of all poisons. But suddenly, Tang Hu felt a pain in his wrist. He looked at his wrist. Then he saw his wrist quickly turn black. Soon, the flesh on his wrist began to corrode. In the blink of an eye, white bones were revealed. "Spare me, spare me!" Tang Hu cried out in fear because he discovered that his entire arm had begun to corrode. Offending our young master will only lead to death. The ancestor of all poisons said sinisterly, "I'm a member of the Tang clan. For the sake of the Tang clan, let me live." Tang Hu shouted loudly, using the Tang clan's name to scare off the ancestor of all poisons. But what kind of person was the ancestor of all poisons? How could he be afraid of the so-called Tang clan? Tang clan? Are they very powerful? It just so happens that I'm looking for someone to stretch my muscles and rob them while I'm at it. Is this Tang clan rich? The ancestor of all poisons laughed sinisterly. The next moment, Tang, whose entire body was corroded by the poison, turning into a pile of bones. Heavens, it's a poison cultivator. Hurry up and retreat. Get away from these people. Many people's faces turned pale as they quickly retreated, looking at the ancestor of all poisons in fear. Poison cultivators were considered evil cultivators because the poison cultivator was good at using poison. No one dared to provoke the poison cultivator because the poison cultivator's methods were too strange. "Let's go," Lin Feng said indifferently as he walked into the distance. Poison rose, and the ancestor of all poisons followed behind Lin Feng. "Who is that brat?" There's actually a poison cultivator following him, and that poison cultivator seems to be calling him young master. Is that poison cultivator his follower? It's very likely that he's an evil cultivator. It's better not to provoke him. Tang, who is dead. This matter won't end so easily. The Tang clan isn't easy to deal with. Hee, let's just wait and watch the show. Many people were discussing spiritedly. Lin Feng found a high-end inn with an independent courtyard. The courtyard's environment was elegant, with lush green trees, luxuriant grass, rockery, and a small bridge with flowing water. Many courtyards were located in various places. In a room, Lin Feng sat cross-legged, holding a 9-colored illusory stone in each hand. At this moment, Lin Feng was comprehending the Great Poison Technique, a peerless technique. The Great Poison Technique was ranked 15th among the 3,000 great techniques. In the past, the ancestor of all poisons had used the Great Poison Technique to enter the Tao. He had cultivated the myriad poisons body. After that, he had been only one step away from becoming a great emperor. From this, one could see how powerful the Great Poison Technique was. Once it was cultivated to a profound level, one would be invincible. Lin Feng was very interested in the Great Poison Technique. Of course, there was a reason. Lin Feng had an immortal divine body. However, his immortal divine body couldn't resist the invasion of poison. One day, if someone poisoned Lin Feng, they might be able to kill Lin Feng. However, it was different after cultivating the Great Poison Technique. Once the Great Poison Art was successfully cultivated, the Great Poison Art would be able to devour any poison. In this way, Lin Feng wouldn't be afraid of poison anymore. Of course, the Great Poison Technique's lethality was also extremely powerful. When facing an enemy, it could erupt with terrifying power. While Lin Feng was cultivating the Great Poison Technique, 3 cultivators entered the courtyard where Lin Feng lived. They also rented a courtyard. Their courtyard was 1,000 years away from Lin Feng's. These 3 people were none other than Mose Tianzuan, Heavenly Emperor Jun, and Wang Qianni. "Brother Jun, when do you plan to make a move?" Mose Tianzuan asked. "That old monster in the ancient city of chaos has a strange temperament. If we join forces to deal with Lin Feng here, I'm afraid that old monster will interfere." Mose Tianzuan frowned slightly and said, "Brother Jun, you mean to wait until that kid leaves the ancient city of chaos before making a move?" Heavenly Emperor Jun nodded and said, "That's right. If we make a move outside the ancient city of chaos, that old monster won't be able to interfere." Mose Tianzuan laughed sinisterly and said, "In that case, let's let that kid live for a few more days."